Yo.
Wisselen.
Ja.
Misschien dat gewoon in en uit doen, hè. Die en uit doen nog. Dat is nu de 1. Dat is nu de 1. De 2. Dat is 1. Toekomen gaat direct zo doen. One, two, check!
And it's gone too far, cause you know it don't matter anyway. Some money won't get you too far, High and dry, out of the rain. It's so easy to hurt others when you can't feel pain. And don't you know that a love can't grow? Cause it's too much to give, cause you got to live for the thrill of it all. Oh, you're a rich girl, and you're gone too far.
Major steps need to be taken to reach the CO2 reduction targets for 2030, as laid down in the Dutch National Climate Agreement and the European Union's Green Deal. Capturing and storing CO2 underground can help reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere to reach these goals. Aramis aims to make a significant contribution to the energy transition. Aramis will provide CO2 transport and unlock storage for industries with difficulty in reducing their CO2 emissions, such as steel, chemicals, cement, refineries, and waste incinerators. The captured CO2 will be transported via pipelines or ships to the CO2 collection hub. The hub consists of the Connect terminal and Aramis facilities. Connect is an independent terminal for the reception, temporary storage and delivery of liquid CO2 in the harbour of Rotterdam. The terminal will be connected to the Aramis infrastructure. From the hub, the CO2 will be transported by Aramis's offshore pipeline to the platforms at sea. The pipeline will be designed to allow for additional industrial customers and storage fields to be added incrementally in the future. The CO2 will arrive at the offshore platforms where it is injected via wells into depleted gas fields to be permanently stored 3 to 4 kilometers below the seabed. The Aramis project aims to create synergies between carbon capture and storage projects in the Netherlands and realize infrastructure that can serve more industrial clusters to support their transition towards more sustainable production processes.
Electricity is the key to dynamic development of society, and we cannot even imagine what a life without it would be. There are significant changes in the energy sector, which means higher demands on the capacity and stability of the energy network. That is why we are already planning for decades to come. Our goals are mainly sustainability and environmental protection, support for renewable energy sources, development of electromobility, technological readiness for the involvement of other entities in the energy market, and integration of new technological trends. In addition, our long-term vision is to achieve more significant network integration between the Czech Republic and Slovakia through cross-border cooperation. That's it for our goals. Now, let us introduce ourselves. We are EGD and Západoslovenska Distribučina. We are operators of energy distribution systems. For a long time, we've been following trends in our field, which is the reason why we have prepared the ACON Smart Grid Cross-Border Cooperation Project. The European Commission has repeatedly included ACON among the so-called Projects of the Common Interest, PCI for short, which interconnect energy systems of members of the European Union. European support for ACON is more than €90 million. It is half of the total €180 million we plan to invest. What exactly are smart grids? They're grids that allow modern and intelligent management of the flow of energy in real time. The construction of intelligent networks is the cornerstone of the ACON project. First, we plan to modernize the existing distribution routes. We want to equip them with intelligent components that enable, for example, detailed analysis of the energy flow, data collection and analysis, remote control, or mutual communication between the distributor and the customer, including active energy flow management. Everything is done in real time. We also want to build new lines, new power stations, and build hundreds of kilometers of optical networks. First, we'll create a more stable Czech-Slovak energy network with a larger capacity. We'll be able to prevent crises and outages because we can quickly find and eliminate the fault. We can also involve many renewable energy suppliers without threatening the stability of the network. Smart grids also anticipate future development of smart homes, smart neighborhoods, or cities, and will cope with the growing demands of electromobility. The project already started in 2018 and will continue till 2024. The main stakeholders are EGD, Joint Stock Company, and Západoslovenska Distribučina, Joint Stock Company, supported by the operators of the National Transmission Systems, ČEPS and SEPS. You can find all the news about the realization on our website, www.acon-smartgrids.com.
ACON Smart Grids je mezinárodní projekt dvou provozovatelů distribučních soustav. V České republice to je EGD a na Slovensku Západoslovenská distribučná. Také je podporován společností ČEPS a SEPS. Zkratka ACON znamená Again Connected Networks a tento projekt odstartoval v roce 2018. Je spolufinancován Evropskou unií a jeho hodnota je 270 milionů eur. Proč něco takového děláme? Protože jsme přesvědčeni, že budování inteligentních sítí a instalace chytrých komunikačních prvků zajistí kvalitní dodávku elektřiny, zvýší bezpečnost a spolehlivost distribuční sítě a tím poroste i komfort pro koncové zákazníky. Také se snažíme maximálně připravit na výzvy spojené s energetickou tranzicí a plány Evropské unie. Jedním z matatelných výsledků projektu AKON je tato transformovna v Perdonicích. Pole rozvodny jsme rozšířili, přivedli nový potah a navýšili jsme přeshraniční přenosovou kapacitu. Díky tomu je síť při nečekaných situacích i plánovaných odstávkách stabilnější. Důkazem bylo tornádo v červnu 2021, kdy byly dodávky elektřiny zachovány jen díky mezinárodní spolupráci a výpomoci. Jsme přesvědčeni, že podobné projekty mají smysl.
A pomáhajú energiám dávať správny smer. Na takmer 1,6 hektároch pôvodne zelenej lúky v katastri obce Kuklov vyrastá nová elektrická stanica s pracovným názvom Borský Svätý Jur. Jedná sa o najväčšiu stavbu v rámci projektu AKON. Jej hodnota je takmer 11 miliónov eur a táto elektrická stanica bola v tejto lokalite dlhodobo plánovaná, avšak až finančná podpora z Európskej únie umožnila jej realizáciu. Stavenisko bolo zhotoviteľovi odovzdané v apríli roku 2021 a zaradenie novovybudovanej stanice do distribučnej siete je naplánované na koniec roka 2022. Elektrická stanica Borský Svätý Jur výrazne prispeje k posilneniu regionálnej energetickej bezpečnosti na Záhorí, vyrieši dlhodobé problémy s veľkými úbytkami napätia na 22 kV vedeniach. Súčasťou aktivity je takisto rozsiahle nasadzovanie smart technológií potrebných pre dosahovanie energetických cieľov Európskej únie a Slovenskej republiky, najmä energetickej efektívnosti, flexibility, rozvoja obnoviteľných zdrojov energie a nízkouhlíkového hospodárstva. Vybudovanie elektrickej stanice Borský Svätý Jur takisto výrazne prispeje k podpore regionálneho podnikania a zamestnanosti. Hlavným benefitom projektu je posilnenie integrácie českého a slovenského trhu s elektrinou, zvýšenie konkurencieschopnosti v regióne, zabezpečenie adekvátnej kvality, bezpečnosti a spoľahlivosti dodávok elektrickej energie. Projekt AKON je projektom spoločného záujmu, ktorý sa stal prvým PCI projektom v oblasti inteligentných sietí, realizovaným výlučne distribučnými spoločnosťami v regióne Strednej a Východnej Európe, ktorému bol udelený grant. Celková hodnota projektu je viac ako 180 miliónov eur, z ktorých AKON získal jedno z historicky najvyšších kofinancovaní vo výške 50%, to je z 91,2 milióna eur.
The Danube In-Grid project is a project of common interest of the European Commission. The project promoters are Západoslovenská distribučná AS Slovak DSO, EON Észak-Dunántúli Áramhálózati ZRT Hungarian DSO, and Slovenská elektrizačná prenosová sústava AS, the Slovak TSO. Movír ZRT, the Hungarian TSO, is a supporting member. The Danube In-Grid project is co-financed by the Connecting Europe facility of the European Union. The purpose of the Danube In-Grid project is to strengthen interaction and integration between Slovak and Hungarian electricity markets. Danube In-Grid plans to integrate more renewables to the distribution grid by the application of smart technologies and manage them in a smarter way, along with keeping the security and high quality of supply for electricity consumers in the Central Eastern European region. The main benefit is to provide better and economically more efficient delivery of services for the strategic industrial areas and final consumers of both countries. This is enabled by the installation of new substations and the modernization and smartification of the existing infrastructure. In addition, one of the main streams of the project is to adopt smart grid technologies both internally and on a cross-border level, using ICT technologies for the evolvement of modern energy infrastructure by intelligent monitoring and remote control of distribution networks. The project places particular emphasis on intelligent monitoring and management of the distribution network, and on involvement of network users in the management of their consumption and/or generation, which is allowed by the implementation of the mentioned smart solutions and devices. The Danube In-Grid project will further increase market integration and cooperation, and ensures valuable knowledge sharing among the member states concerned.
Teljesen automatizált, távolról irányítható új transformátor állomást létesített Kisbéren az EON Hungária csoport a Danube In-Grid áramhálózat fejlesztési projekt keretében.
Ez az állomás azzal a célral épült, hogy a környéknek az energiabiztonságát, illetve a fogyasztói igényeket minél jobban ki tudja szolgálni, és lehetőséget teremtsen arra, hogy egyre több megújulót tudjunk csatlakoztatni a térségben.
Az 1,5 milliárd forint összköltségű beruházás során alkalmazott modern technológia egy esetleges üzemzavar esetén gyorsabb hiba elhárításra ad lehetőséget. Emellett javul a környék energiaellátásának minősége is, melyet az ipari létesítmények mellett az a több mint 4000 család is érzékelni fog, akiket az EON innen lát el energiával.
Mint minden településnek nagyon fontos számunkra is a fenntarthatóság. Egyre inkább előtérbe kerülnek azok a szempontok, amelyek a környezetvédelmet, a megújuló energiákat helyezik előtérbe.
A fejlesztési program révén több napelemes rendszert lehet majd a hálózatra csatlakoztatni, és a növekvő energiaigényekre is választ ad.
Én azt gondolom, ez egy nagyon előremutató projekt, különös tekintettel arra, hogy nem csak egy ország a résztvevője, hanem itt szomszédos Szlovákiával együtt halad ez a projekt.
Az EON Hungária csoport további beruházásokat tervez az Észak-Dunántúlon a program keretében. 2 új nagyfeszültségű távvezeték épült több mint 100 km hosszan, illetve további zöldmezős beruházások és alállomás bővítések indulnak Zirc, Lepsény, Szombathely, Várpalota, Veszprém-Varsány, valamint Répcelak településeken. A fejlesztések célja, hogy intelligens technológiákat alkalmazva a jövő áramhálózata épüljön ki a térségben. A Danube In-Grid határon átnyúló intelligens hálózati projektet az Európai Unió támogatja.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please find a seat and we are ready to start today. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and very welcome to the second day of the PCI Days. I'm very happy to kickstart the first panel today at the early morning. I'm glad to see that you are many here, and I'm sure you had a very exciting day yesterday on the first day. So we have today a very distinguished panel of speakers to take us through the discussion of today. So I would welcome the panelists to the podium. So first of all, we will have Mihaela Kazaku, who is the Deputy Director General from Delgas Grid. So please. And then next one is Anders Højgaard Christensen, who is the Chief Advisor from the Danish Energy Agency. Please. Then Christian Kjaer, who is the Board Chair of Current. Stefan Gross, Senior Coordinator, EU DSO Entity. And last but certainly not least, Merete Clausen, who is my colleague, Director of Investment Directorate from DG Grow. So, very welcome to the panelists. And today, it's my pleasure to guide us through the discussion in which we will take stock on how to accelerate the completion of our energy system backbone, the Trans-European Energy Networks, and how to integrate the rapidly increasing amount of renewables that are required to achieve the goals of the Green Deal and Repower EU. This is, as you certainly discussed yesterday, is the 10-year anniversary of the regulation on Trans-European Energy Networks, as it was first brought to the attention and to the ambition that we are now used to. The 10-year regulation in 2013, when it became law, was a groundbreaking regulation in many respects. So first of all, it brought for the first time a European-level planning and assessment of infrastructure needs and identification of projects that are truly European and in nature, so truly having a cross-border impact. This planning was set in a regional cooperation framework, which was also new, but which has today become the common practice where we meet and talk and develop projects. Again, the 10-year anniversary is a good moment to take stock of the so-called toolbox that was also put together to then make sure that the projects that have been identified and that have been labeled project of common interest can be implemented rapidly and without hurdles. It was the first regulation in the EU history that regulated permitting processes by establishing a one-stop shop and putting deadlines. Now we see in all EU regulations one-stop shops for permitting. So TENI was the model for that. Of course, speeding up permitting does not mean lowering environmental quality. So this comes together with speeding up, streamlining, and making sure that high quality remains and is our target. TENI also put in place the regulatory framework to enhance the implementation of the projects through, among others, regulatory incentives for more risky projects and cross-border cooperation, cross-border cost allocation, when the costs and benefits are very imbalanced between countries. A big focus was also put on public engagement and acceptability questions by making sure that consultations take place at an early stage when consultations can still have a big impact. So these tools indeed today are taken up by many other EU policies and proposals, and the most recent ones come from the field of from renewables, where the so-called go-to approach for acceleration of development is now part of the law and also taken up in the critical raw materials proposal. Looking still back to the 10 years, we have seen 86 electricity and gas transmission and storage and smart electricity grid project of common interest completed during this period that bring forward renewables, that connect member states, and therefore brings more security of supply to the whole Europe. We do have, if we look at the world level, the most interconnected network in the world. I mean, those who are familiar with the US know that there they have several networks which are rather poorly interconnected, and oftentimes one hears that there are blackouts and things like that in the US, not to mention other parts of Europe. So we can be very proud of our trans-European networks and our integrated grids, which are very robust and very reliable. But of course, this will not be enough to decarbonize and to get us to 2050 climate neutrality objective. So we need to continue the hard work that we have done in the past 10 years. We need to step it up. We need to double the speed. But I'm very confident that with the regulatory framework that we have, the renewed 10E, but also the very strong commitment, very strong cooperation that we see by all those who are part of this exciting journey, meaning project promoters, system operators, regulators, and member states, authorities, and politicians, that we are getting there. So, then coming to the panel discussion of this morning. So I think it's a very diverse panel with very different backgrounds, and I really look forward to different points of view and an interesting insights that we can bring to the discussion and to you. So, therefore, without much further ado, I would be very happy to then start the panel discussion, taking us to the topic. And the first one I would invite then to intervene is Mihaela. And I have an opening question to you, as I have for each of the panelists. So you are a PCI promoter, and you know what it takes to implement a complex project as a smart grids project. What best practices have you identified in the implementation? How the 10E regulation has hopefully helped you in implementation? And what lessons can you learn from implementing the Carmen Smart Grids project? So you have the floor now, please.
Thank you. For the beginning, I would like to start with a quote. It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent that survive. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. The owner of this quote is Charles Darwin, and it is so relevant for the times we are living. The COVID-19 pandemic and the overall energy crisis has escalated to profound challenges for the entire European energy sector, and therefore, in order to accommodate the energy transition trends, the energy infrastructure needs more than ever robust and coordinated actions for being more secure and resilient during difficult times. We, as DSOs, have to keep a balance between offering the qualitative services for distribution for customers and keeping up the market trends. In Romania, we also facing or we are following the same trends as the European ones. We are facing a significant increase in the number of large producers, in the number of prosumers, and also developing the e-charging infrastructure. These trends, in combination with the actual status of the grid in Romania, are continuously challenging us not only to invest in existing equipment, but also to find for implementation smart solutions for such as dynamic line rating, something it's happening, dynamic line rating, sensors, automatic voltage regulations, or solutions for flexibility or congestion management. The answers we find out as a distributor at these trends was Carmen project. Carmen project is the first smart grid PCI project developed at the southeastern border of Europe. And our project is aiming to digitalize and modernize the energy infrastructure towards smart grid standards, while fostering the cross-border cooperation between Romania, Bulgaria, and other neighboring countries such as Hungary, Moldova, and Ukraine. Carmen was developed, or the idea of the Carmen project started in 2020, when we, as a distributor operator activating in the northeastern part of Romania and serving more than 1.5 million customers, developed the idea together with Romanian and Hungarian TSO. After being accepted on the 5th PCI list in 2021, we started the preparation of our application for founding under 2022 Connecting Europe Facility Founding Program. Unfortunately, our project was not successful. And this gave us the opportunity to look for how we can improve the overall objective of the project and regional impact. Even though the investment need under this project is undisputable, and the project has been already validated as PCI, we need to find other ways to adjust in order to reach the required parameters for a project to be ready to be financed. And in this situation, how our projects evolved. At the beginning, we started to reflect in the project two country cooperations, Romania and Hungary, but with different level of investments. Both Romanian DSO and TSO envisaged to have large physical connections, but the cross-border cooperation in the project was substantiated through a data platform to change critical data between TSOs in the region. After we read the evaluation report, we understood that clarity is key when we are transmitting the investments in the project impact and the overall structure of the project. And this result gave us food for thought on how to improve the project. First, we need to address project in a more structured, comprehensive, evidence-based way, and in full alignment with the national and European trends and targets. Secondly, and the most important, to find ways to transform the project in a more impactful one. And in this context, it was a turning point for our project because we decided to convert the unsuccessful result of the project in an opportunity to enlarge the partnership in the project. And in 2022, we invited Bulgarian transmission operator to join the Carmen project, and luckily we had a positive answer. Both Romanian and Bulgarian TSOs investments will increase with the highest level the interconnectivity in the region with a higher capacity and facilitate congestion management. Also, our investments as distribution operator will be more focused on securing the grid connection capacity and the increased benefits for our final customers, especially in the area with the highest potential for renewables. At the same time, the cross-border cooperation will be fostered through a data exchange platform designed to exchange grid data operation between TSOs in the region, namely, in addition to Romanian and Bulgarian ones, the Hungarian, Moldovan, and Ukrainian transmission system operators, with critical data to exchange critical data for better control of the flows in the region and better prediction. We are confident that our project will turn in a successful one, and our confidence is built on several factors. First, the need for investment in the project is undisputable. Secondly, the enhanced partnership is stable and committed. And third, we have learned our lessons from our previous application, and we are already improved the structure of the project. At the end, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the evaluators who offer us consistent feedback and helped us to understand the shortcomings for our project, and constructive enough for keeping us focused in finding new way for improvement. Also, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for our Romanian partners from Transelectrica for their continuous dedication and involvement in the project, and to only thank the our Bulgarian partners from the Bulgarian TSO for the benefits and contribution they already brought in the project, regional impact and scope. I am grateful not only for having our Romanian and Bulgarian partners committed with extensive investments, but also for sharing with us their extensively experience and expertise for seeing the project successfully implemented. I would like also to thank our Hungarian partners, Mavir and E.ON, for maintaining their supporting role in the project, no matter the challenges we faced in the past. And also, because you asked about, I am also grateful for all support and confidence given us by all relevant national authorities along this journey. In the end, we as a team, we are fully confident that our application will be a successful one, and this will reflect our team effort for presenting one unitary project derived from the common needs of the represented countries and for implementing in full alignment with the policy and the European trends and targets what we already envisaged to make alive in the project. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mihaela, for sharing your experience with us, and very valuable. I think I noted that there are lessons learned and learning from doing, and also then the very strong regional cooperation. So very interesting, and I'm sure there will be project promoters who want to hear more from you during the break. I would then invite Christian to take the floor next. And as a promoter of innovative grid technology in Europe, Current surely has views regarding the action plan for grids. So what is Current doing to increase visibility for technological assets available for rapid deployment? Please.
Thank you, Katharina. So, as you said, Current is an association of innovative grid technology companies. Jean Monnet, who was one of the founding fathers of the Europe we know today and a great European, back in 1952, he said, "People only accept change when they're faced with necessity and only recognize necessity when a crisis is upon them." We have many crises upon us. And today, Jean Monnet would probably have said that the effects of climate change are coming a bit too slow to necessitate coordinated European action. However, the energy security problems we have came very fast, and Europe reacted very decisively when, on the 24th of February last year, Russia invaded Ukraine. It took EU leaders 2 weeks to react to this. We got the Repower EU plan from the Commission on accelerating renewables, diversification and efficiency. And today, Ukraine and Moldova are connected to the EU grid. And it's that kind of urgency that's needed if we are to build a modern power grid capable of supporting a decarbonized future, predominantly built on increased electrification based on variable wind and solar. It's a moonshot project, and grids are right at the center of it, and that's why I'm truly happy about being in this particular panel, which is called Accelerating EU Networks for the Integration of Renewable Energies. It's absolutely vital, and what the panel headline does is that it sends a signal that the Commission is recognizing the need for urgent action on grids for this moonshot projects that we're undertaking of becoming carbon neutral before 2050, which means we need to remove carbon from the power system well before 2040, so in just 15 years. That is also the message in the Grid Action Plan that you presented yesterday. It has really many good elements, although as Current we would have liked to see innovation feature more, maybe as an 8th pillar, but there will be work coming also after this. And from our perspective, the biggest threat to achieving climate and energy independence is this presumption that we sometimes hear that we are on the right track, that progress is happening at sufficient speed, and that we have the technologies to do it. We have barely started the transition, and just for a few examples, Germany, first quarter this year, 25% of all offshore wind electricity was curtailed. This is just the start of the transition. 4 billion euros just in Germany was spent last year in congestion costs. We could have gotten 4.5 gigawatts of solar or wind for those money. We need to get the grids right. We are only at the beginning, and we are already seeing the challenges. So it's very welcome and extremely well timed. The action plan, I want to thank the Commission also for, I hope, informing the next Parliament and the European Commission, which is, I believe, was probably somewhere in your thoughts about the timing as well, but very, very good. The IEA reckons that half the reductions needed to decarbonize or achieve net zero are technologies that are at demonstration or prototype phase. So we need to help these technology forward, and we need to make sure that Europe comes out on the other side as the technology leaders of this transition. We need innovation, testing, and demonstration. Before the summer, Fatih Birol, the Director General of the IEA, warned that we're still importing fossil fuels from Russia, and China is likely to increase its LNG consumption compared to last winter. And also, if we look outside, there is a risk that this winter will be colder than the mild one we had last year. So we got through last winter And it sort of settled it. It seems like this winter is not a problem. It is. And if those three forecasts or risks that Fatih Birol pointed to becomes reality, we will have a challenge. We have technologies available right now, innovative technologies. Some of the technologies that are in the project, in the Carbon project, they're available, dynamic line rating, advanced sensors, grid monitoring. They can be applied tomorrow, and they can, well, we will have to be really fast to apply them for this winter, but it needs to be done. And they are commercially proven, and they provide a way of using existing infrastructure better. It makes no sense not to apply them, but we need to get better at doing it. We're bad at applying those types of innovative technologies. Often we demonstrate them to death instead of scaling them. I was really happy to see the sunshine example that proves what I'm saying wrong. But death by demonstration is a term that is often used in the board meetings of Current. It's technology that's applied, tested. If a technology has been applied and tested for 4 years with a DSO, there's no need for the neighboring DSO for another demonstration project that lasts 4 or 5 years. So we need to find a way of learning from the projects that do get provided so that the rest of the DSOs can look at the technology and you can share the experience of how they applied and what the improvements were, because the technologies are there. We also have members that are developing technologies that are at a lower TRL level, so that they are not necessarily commercially available at the moment. European manufacturers are world leaders in advanced superconductors. These can move 5 to 7 times more energy through a single cable. They use far less material, space, and lower voltages and fewer losses. There was a reference yesterday to this iconic project of the Celtic Interconnector, connecting Ireland, which is the company I'm working for, is based in Ireland, connecting Ireland to France with a cable. It should rightly be celebrated, but Ireland has targets for 37 gigawatts of offshore. They would need 50 Celtic interconnectors of the same size. So we need to start demonstrating and deploying larger circuits with technology that can carry more power over longer distances. And those technologies are in the pipeline. They're ready to be demonstrated. They will be commercially available before the end of this decade. But they need to get from the stage of lab to demonstration to scalability. And just as we're bad at scaling grid technologies that are already commercial, we're bad at assisting innovative companies through that valley of death from laboratory to real-life testing, and we must become better. Some of the thoughts on the regulatory sandboxes in the 5th pillar of the Net Zero Industry Acts does a really good job in proposing a way forward to address this. It would have been great to see a reference to that part of the Net Zero Industry Act in the action plan as well, but that sandbox thoughts from DG Grow's proposal are very interesting from the perspective of trying to get TSOs and DSOs involved in demonstrating innovative technology. They are challenged with keeping the lights on, so they are naturally risk averse, but we need to find a way in order to develop the technologies for it. I also missed a reference in the EU, to the EU Innovation Plan in the Innovation Fund, in the Commission's action plan. This is a fund that makes 40 billion euros available this decade. So far, 24% of the funding under the Innovation Fund went to hydrogen, 50% to CCS, 18% to renewables and storage combined. To my knowledge, there were no funding under the Innovation Fund for innovation in grid technology. And this flagship funding device of the European Green Deal is intended to fund, indeed, commercialization of innovative technologies. So in a way forward, I think it will be extremely important for the Commission. Of course, it makes the right references to the Horizon programs, and rightly so, but the Innovation Fund as well needs to be brought in terms of innovation for grid technologies. The recently revised ETS, which is the legal basis, is now now has references to grids, so the legal basis is there, and moreover, the newly revised Delegated Act on the Innovation Fund makes it possible to make sector-specific calls under the Innovation Fund. So this is something to consider, I think, also in the future work. Lastly, the Commission should be commended for preparing the ground for the next Parliament and the next Commission, as I said, and for raising how critical grids are for this moonshot project of ours. 2 years ago, I don't think anybody would have mentioned a massed pan-European grid, and now it's naturally featuring in both the Ostend Declaration and in the European Commission's action plan. It might be a detail, but it's a huge way of thinking in just 2 years that we need a DC pan-European highway in a meshed application in order to address this challenge, and the Commission should be complimented for that. Yesterday, I heard the phrase, "There'll be no transition without transmission." I think I heard that phrase the first time 15 years ago, and it's even more true today than it was back then. I'd like to add that there will be no decarbonization without grid innovation, and I think that's something that I hopefully will feature centrally in the future work on this very important issue.
Thank you. Many thanks, Christian, for bringing the, well, what you could even say common sense to the discussion that, in order to make things more efficient, make sure then that we continue to be at the cutting edge of technology, we need to innovate, and the innovation can help us transform our energy system and decarbonize faster, and at lower cost even. So many thanks for bringing this, and we certainly need to take it forward. Then, Anders, so as the national authority responsible for the permitting of the project of common interest, you have first-hand experience on the issues and solutions to accelerate permitting. Would you mind sharing your experience and maybe some tips for all colleagues who are working in the same area with us? So, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for inviting me here today. I selected 2 messages to bring forward. The first one is, since I'm coming from a member state national government administration, I'm taking the first part back in history, in fact, that today Denmark has more than 50% renewables in the electricity system. Denmark started decades ago with the construction and development, small scale, with all these challenges being brought up. And for many, many years, it was in fact, everything was about system integration. The power companies at that time, they didn't want to connect wind turbines, they couldn't control it. They wanted to rely on existing technologies and so forth, so it was about system integration. And since Denmark was benefiting of a rather strong transmission grid built in the 70s, it has not really been very much about grid expansion until recently. Now the spare capacity in the power grid is in fact used completely. So now everything in Denmark is about grid connection. It's about grid expansion, in particular grid connection. I brought a slide. I don't know if we can see the slide I brought. No? Anyway, there it is. Anyway, government decided last year to look into the process of how to get all the permits, what all the time is used for, since it takes a number of years to do the construction. It's in fact not very much about the construction itself. It's about a lot of other things, and I'm not going to mention very much on this process mapping, but just showing, like I think most of us will know, that it's about environmental impact assessment, it's about environmental protection, which which takes up a lot of time, and I'm coming back to that in a minute. The Danish grid companies and the TSO, they have been working with this for a number of years, mainly targeting the developers, but nobody really had been looking into the issues of time consumption for permits and construction of grid and so forth. So we will be reporting in a couple of months, I guess, to Parliament about that. It was a national perspective. So the next is how to balance the need for green transition and this environmental protection. And there we are looking at the EU emergency regulation. I call it emergency regulation on acceleration of deployment of renewables for coming into force 1st of January this year and ending by mid next year, but being taken over by the revised renewable directive. And there is in fact the first attempt to try to balance the environmental protection with the need for green transition. So we are looking very much forward to how it will be working specifically on specific projects also in Denmark. So in fact, the first step is the emergency regulation already in place, and the next step is to make it more or less permanent in the renewables directive. And then I'll also mention from a Danish perspective that though focus has been on permits for generation projects, we are also looking very much at the permits for grid connection and grid expansion. It is Article 15E, where Article 15C is for the generation. So from a Danish perspective, we are looking very much forward also to implement it into Danish regulation, and we're having discussions with the Danish TSO for the moment. The last thing I'm going to talk about is the PCI projects, and I also brought on the last slide, if you can move it. Here it is. We updated the PCI handbook, which is called Håndbog in Danish, and we also developed like a roadmap for how to follow the PCI projects from the government perspective. It's a very big step forward that there is like one person or one unit, one entity following the project from the very first application to at least to the construction phase. Then I'd say historically it's a Danish TSO which has been, you can say, the national expert on using the 10E PCI CEF funding, but since projects are getting larger and larger, government in fact has to be part of this discussion as well, in particular with the neighboring countries. One of the recent Danish projects, mega projects, the Bornholm Energy Island project, has been developed with the precondition that there should be an interconnector to Germany. So there has been close contact with the Danish Climate Ministry and the German Climate Ministry in that respect. And in my opinion, I'm sure we will see more of this kind of government-to-government cooperation on big projects, or before big projects are being developed. The final thing I will say is that how to speed up the processes, or how to make it shorter. From a Danish perspective, there is a close cooperation between government and TSO, and it's been beneficial, in fact, in history in the past, and there is still a good cooperation between government and TSO, and I see this as crucial for development and making these processes faster. Thanks very much.
Many thanks for sharing the practices and the good experiences from Denmark. And I think the point of making sure that there is a good cooperation also with the government when it comes to bigger projects and cross-border is something that we certainly need to think of and take forward, and we do try at least in the 10E framework. Okay, and then Stefan. You have heard the word on transmission many times. I'm sure you want to bring another word to the discussion. So the EU DSO entity has now been operational for 2 years and has grown very fast. And we know that the challenges on the distribution grid level are already visible today. So maybe we are already in the crisis that lead to action. So what challenges do you see for DSOs promoting PCI smart grids, and are there differences from the DSO perspective in terms of the challenges than what transmission operators foresee? So Stefan, please.
Yeah, thanks, Katharina. As you correctly says, transmission grids received most of the attention on European level naturally in the last years, but we at DSO entity now really feel a switch of perspective right now, where we get more and more attention because we have to acknowledge that we are facing more and more system critical challenges which we have to overcome on a European level to implement the energy transition. And so we're happy now to be more present, also with forming of the entity, of course. And that was, I think, especially, we started this in Copenhagen this year, where on the working table we actually received a lot of acknowledgement. We had a good discussion at the Future of Grids conference a few weeks back. And 2 weeks ago, we had our own first annual event, which was very successful, where we published our grid connection paper, which I want to invite everybody to read, where we wrote a lot of the challenges down, which we are facing right now. And I think we can really right now acknowledge and be happy that we are all here. And I think the panel is very nice visualizing that we all are here. We are seeing the challenges, we acknowledge the problems. And which is, of course, the first step to now solve them and really transform them into the opportunities to shape our energy system for the next year or for the future. And this entity we will do our homework on this, of course. And I have 3 examples brought with me. One is, of course, very challenging work on the network called demand response right now with our colleagues from the NSOE. So it's always, we are working closely together, so transmission, distribution, we are good together. And then more specifically for the distribution grids, I think we are very happy about the grid action plan from yesterday. And really, we also can say that we already started in most of the action mentioned and allocated, mandated to a DSO entity, specifically the capacity maps you will find in our grid connection paper, where we have a first overview about what is already done on the capacity maps. And on the next step, internally, we are also identified the network development plan, the distributed network development plan as a key working task for ourselves. And we are very happy and we are looking forward to Copenhagen 2024 to have our first results hopefully in place to share them with everybody. So I think we are on a good track. There's much to do, but as I said, we are all here. Everything's understood. We just now have to do our homework. So thanks. That's, I think, all from my side.
Many thanks, Stefan, and indeed a lot of work on the DSO side, and I think the question we will have for the future is to see, given the local nature of the distribution grids, but them having an impact at the European level by sometimes if there are bottlenecks slowing down then decarbonization, is there an issue beyond the DSO entity that we need to tackle? So I think we'll come back to this question in Copenhagen and in many other events. So thanks for raising those. And then last word goes to the Commission, of course. So Merete, it's really good that you could make it, and we would want to hear from many issues linked to, for instance, procurement and in relation to big infrastructure projects, but also on the technological excellence that was also raised by our previous speakers. How can we make sure that we keep that excellence we have in the EU in the current geopolitical situation in particular? So Merete, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Katerina. I want to start by talking about public procurement as a phenomenon, in a way, something that is now more and more in focus. Because just as Katerina said before, that in all new initiatives, legislation proposals from the Commission, there needs to be a one-stop shop, because we need to have more simplified administrative procedures. There's also a tendency that in all new legislation we have provisions about procurement. And why is that? The tendency is to focusing on strengthening public procurement to ensure that we can make more use of the buying power of the public authorities. The power that they have to pursue EU goals like sustainability through green and social procurement, but also to pursue more focus on resilience of the EU economy. When public buyers buy, for instance, solar panels, wind turbines, other clean tech. And time is indeed of the essence for these projects. Like the big energy infrastructure projects, we need to speed them up. We need to speed up the ongoing process of making Europe more self-sufficient in fulfilling our energy needs. And we also need to rapidly increase our manufacturing capacity for all the things that go into the grid, so to speak, for the wind mills, for the solar panels, in general for the net zero emissions technologies. And some of these projects, of course, are also realized through public procurement. So this is what is behind the Commission's Net Zero Industry Act, which was already mentioned. It's a proposal of March of this year, currently being discussed within the Council and the European Parliament. And it contains specific targets for the self-sufficiency that we want to attain in the next years towards our 2030 Green Deal goals. And the manufacturing capacity of strategic net zero technologies should be able, the manufacturing capacity that we have here in Europe should be able to cover at least 40% of the EU's annual deployment needs by 2030. And I can tell you that we are nowhere near there for most of the strategic technologies that are covered by our proposal. For some, we are doing a bit better, but for others, we are almost entirely dependent on products, on technologies coming from outside of Europe, and in particular on one or two countries in, let's say, in the South Pacific region. And this act that we have put forward, it contains measures to simplify the business environment, to create the right conditions to attract investments into our net zero technology value chains. We want faster permitting for new and expanded manufacturing sites. We want support to skills and to innovation in the areas of net zero technologies, and we want easier access to finance. And as Christian said, we cannot be complacent here. We cannot think that we are very far in the transition, and we cannot think that we actually do have the tools that we need to bring about the transition by 2030, by 2040, by 2050. But as I said, the Act also contains measures to encourage public buyers to take resilience into account in their tenders. And this means that they should be able to take into account that in certain markets, a too big proportion of the EU needs are covered by import and goods and services from third country producers. And in this way, by building this into either the pre-qualification criteria or in the award criteria, we're discussing now with Council and Parliament exactly how it would be built into the procurement procedures. But in this way, the public buyers can support the supply chain of net zero technologies, including the strategic net zero technologies that are covered by our proposal, which, by the way, also includes grid technologies. Another initiative that also has an impact on the big energy infrastructure projects is our foreign subsidies regulation. It was already adopted, it entered into force, and it covers big-scale contracts with value over 250 million euros, which most energy infrastructure contracts by nature do. There are new obligations in this regulation to notify to the Commission whether there are prospective tenderers that have received subsidies from third country governments. And the Commission is going to assess on the basis of these notifications whether the subsidies have led to unfair competition and distortion of the market to the detriment of other tenderers. Now, you can ask whether these new requirements to the public buyers would not lead to further delay in the procedures. It should not, and we stand ready with technical advice and capacity building to the member states and to their public authorities. And we also, from the Commission side, intend to carry out the assessment that we have to carry out, for instance, under the foreign subsidies regulation, in parallel to the procurement procedures, so that there are no delays in the realization of the projects. Now, if I turn to the public procurement directives as such, you know that we have a basic framework that are setting out procedures that the public authorities have to use over certain thresholds. There are rules about deadlines and so on. And in our assessment, the public procurement rules they're certainly more flexible than their reputation. There is a framework for the public buyers to buy high quality and to make use of this flexibility. And I mean quality in the sense of both the direct quality of products, of the energy efficiency of the products and the low negative environmental impact, but also in the sense of the tender contributing to innovation, to social inclusion, and as well as respecting fair trade principles. And when public buyers make good use of this flexibility that exists in the EU public procurement framework, they can contribute to making the European industry more competitive, more innovative, and to making our economy more resilient and more efficient. A specific issue is, of course, the high prices that we have seen, the high energy prices in particular, the market and price fluctuations, and how do public procurers tackle that? And once a contract is concluded, the contract conditions normally cannot be modified if not foreseen in the contract, except for situations where the circumstances have drastically changed. That is sort of a basic principle of the public procurement directives. But there are ways to prepare for future price hikes that are still in line with the public procurement rules. For instance, in long-term or sensitive contracts, an adequate price modification mechanism can be included in the contract. So it's highly advisable for the public procurers, for the public authorities, to analyze upfront what elements of a contract could be particularly exposed to price fluctuations and to design an indexation clause that will cater for such market changes. This is something that we promote, and in DG Grow we are very happy also to provide more concrete advice in relation to energy infrastructure projects if the need is there. So I would encourage all of you, both the members here of the panel, you in the audience, representatives of public authorities, to signal to us when you see that there are issues that are created by requirements that are created in EU legislation, and signal to us where you see issues, because we are there to help, we are there to advise, and we are there also, of course, to monitor very closely what the effects of the EU regulations are for the procedures, for the procurement procedures that are being carried out in the member states of the EU. Thank you.
Many thanks, Merete, and many thanks to all of you for a very rich discussion with different points of view, as we expected from the beginning. So looking at how to accelerate the investments in grids happen from the very different angles that you all represent. So I think we are coming to the close of our session, so I just have a couple of words that could be seen sort of as my takeaways from the inputs. I could certainly go much longer, but I will be very brief. So I think the important element that we heard is implementation and acceleration and made in the EU, I would even say. And I think this implementation and acceleration is something that would be useful to also pass to the future next Commission to make sure that we then start seeing results on the ground. Innovation, so not only what we already know, but we need to be even better and more efficient. So innovation goes together with acceleration and implementation and made in EU. And here the EU excellence and already the technological leadership that we do have in many areas is something that we need to preserve, but we need to even make it improve and make it better. Here the tendering qualitative criteria and targets and others can play an important role for making this made in the EU happen. What I also heard is that cooperation, regional cooperation, is essential. Sharing best practices, looking at what happens on the other side of the border can make also efficiency gains for all of us, be it then in permitting or tendering processes or innovation as well. So, and the last takeaway is that yes, transmission, without transmission there is no transition. But I would add to that, without transmission, without distribution, there is no transition, there is no efficiency, and we all would lose. So let's implement. Many thanks to all of you.
så jeg gør det. Det handler jo om, at de har...
Good morning, everyone.
De har fået lov til at...
I'm very happy to welcome you on this in this second part of our morning session. After discussing the benefits of integrated grids, we will now look at the financing of the grids. We will discuss the ways to overcome the financing gap. And to do so, I'm very pleased to welcome our speakers to this panel. We have speakers all involved in grid financing, but from very different angles. So let me start by inviting Cilla Bartok to join on stage. Cilla is from the Agency for the Cooperation of Energy Regulators. Welcome. Our second speaker is Emmanuel Dubois-Pellerin. He's representing Standard & Poor's Global Ratings. So please take a seat. Welcome. I'm also happy to welcome John Sinner from the European Investment Bank. So very, of course, important institution when we speak about grid financing. Our fourth speaker will represent the DSOs. It's Ricard Venetiocchi. He's Political Affairs Manager at E.ON, but speaking about on behalf of ETSO today. We have Alex Zeitzamo, welcome, from Gasgrid. Today also in the capacity of representing the Hydrogen Backbone Initiative. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Vincent Touvenin from RTE, but here also with a different, slightly different hat, because he will speak about the Investors Dialogue for Energy. So welcome to all. So we had yesterday the presentation of the action plan for grids, and if I would just pick one sentence to start with, when the action was calling for action, there is a sentence saying, I quote, "We need to ensure that grids become an enabler, not a bottleneck for the EU fast, clean transition," end of quote. And this takes this sentence next to a few striking figures. Electric consumption is expected to increase by 60% by 2030. Close to 600 billion of investments are needed in electricity grids in this decade only, 2/3 of them on the side of the distribution networks. And of course, we have to add the hydrogen infrastructure that has to be rolled out. We have to add the offshore energy hubs, the necessity to have import-export facilities in our ports also becoming energy hubs. So we see that the needs are very, very consequent. This morning, we have discussed also that alongside permitting, that clearly is an issue, we have aspects related to supply chains. Probably these are the main two elements that could constitute limiting factors for grid deployment. This morning we'll discuss the third one, which is access to financing. So how do we mobilize such vast resources for bridging the investment gap? And how can we do so in a context where, in addition, we have inflation, we have rising interest rates, and that's not new, very limited public resources. The action plan that was published yesterday highlights two directions that are more specifically addressing financing. The first one relates to private financing. It calls for identifying tailored financing models. So hence the question, are the financing instruments, the financing opportunities out there suited for our needs to develop the grids, identify and address obstacles to private financing, and the second relates to public financing with a specific focus on EU financing with some questions in relation with the use of the EU financing, especially shared management funds, whether all the opportunities are used to the maximum as they should do. So I would, without further ado, invite our first speaker, Cilla Bartók, who will give us the perspective from the regulators. So Cilla, I mean, grids, we know, are regulated assets. So investments depend closely on the decisions of the regulators in terms of incentives. Our model is very robust. We know that we have a very solid regulatory framework. But my question is it sufficient? Is it sufficient to trigger all these new investments that have been listed all the way yesterday and today? So Cilla, please join.
Thank you for the question, and I will try to answer the question in the course of the presentation. And of course, well, we have a couple of tools that we are using today, and of course there is a willingness to explore other elements, and of course those would relate to the policy. Maybe I will do this way. Do you hear me? Okay, so then, because the mics resonate, so I don't want to take too many of those. So let's just get started, and I will immediately get you to do the first slide, and the first slide connects to a report that the agency was working on. Now, of course, it does not relate to incentives and the financial gap, but it definitely relates, what kind of future we are looking at, and like what are the challenges that we would need to fix. And we have a couple of things that, like really closely connect to yesterday's and today's discussion, that we would need to strengthen the interconnections because we would need a resilient grid as we are going forward with electrification. And you have a couple of them which really relate to investment, one of which is that we would need a robust planning, and then we also need a good cooperation between the power grid operators. And then you have some other ones which maybe not relate so closely, what kind of other parts of the system we would need to take care of, and that relates to demand response, to uncover flexibilities by working more closely together with the consumers and incentivize them also to behave differently. And I would leave the slide like this, and then you would see later on that it connects a little bit up with the latter slides that I would present. So moving on, this is a look back, what we have in terms of PCIs. And the PCIs definitely help connecting together the European electricity network. And then we have a robust process. We have important projects that we are working on. But at the same time, we know that we have also delays. And delays create some sort of a problem, because if we want to accelerate the build-out, then first of all, we should close the gap in terms of delays, and then we should speed up. And so what can we do then? And then definitely there are low-hanging fruits which are important that we would be working on. And we talked about it today and yesterday, and I think that one of them is faster permit granting. Then yesterday I was mentioning when you have dispersed benefits across country, probably we would need some sort of methods that we take care of that. So when it's very difficult to agree among many countries, and probably we would need to have some sort of a joint solution which handles that difficulty. Then it's important that we know that we invest in the most efficient things. And this is probably the most difficult question here, especially when you have to build out a big system, how you make sure that you prioritize well, that you get, the right elements first, and then, you know, the ones that are not so important later. That's a very important discussion, and I think therefore needs assessment is very important going forward. And it's also important connected to that we have appropriate incentives. And then what is also important, I think it appears here and there in the discussion, is to have better platforms for procurement and to have a better standardization of the items that are bought, and then we put that somehow together. I was moving to, no, now it's good. So then we hear in the discussion that our partners, the stakeholders, are emphasizing a couple of needs. They are saying, you know, we would need anticipatory investment, we would need additional incentives. We are emphasizing, and maybe more stakeholders from the broader community talk about the better utilization of grids, and then what and how we would do cost sharing. Indeed, these are important elements, and we have some reactions to them. On the anticipatory investment, we are very sort of conscious that we would like to have something that also kind of could be challenged from a regulatory perspective, in the sense that we are really doing the useful things. That there is a debate, you know, what kind of risks we are taking up for the society. So it's good to accelerate things, but at the same time you have the other logic, are we accelerating the right things? And that debate needs to take place when we are talking about anticipatory investment and how we think about them. And I'm sure that this will be a discussion that will go on. We also have to be careful that there is an information asymmetry between the regulated entity and the regulator, and that's also kind of a very difficult topic. So that means that you would need a better data collection from the regulatory side to understand, and you kind of position yourself in this kind of discussion. On the additional investment incentives, our approach is leaning towards, and then therefore probably we'll have also a lot more discussion about this, about what we would favor as output-based or benefit-based approach. It should mean that we would be looking at the outputs that the operators would set, or that, getting back. So we would need an output-based approach, which means that we set outputs, targets for the operators, and these outputs would be a little bit broader. It would focus on the services that are provided, services that would be focusing also on goals, regulatory goals, like integration, for example. And then you would try to measure in the services that are provided by the operators whether those regulatory approaches are reached. You know, you would check whether the service is really does something in terms of integration, does something in terms of security of supply, and then from that you would connect that element to the revenue mechanisms that are there. This requires a lot of work. These are not simple systems or methods that you would set up very quickly. You would need to appreciate what is the service, how you measure it, and how you translate then into incentives. Then on the better utilization of grids, definitely we would like to see tools that create efficiencies. It's not necessarily only that we would be looking at building out capacity, but also how we utilize efficiently capacity. And that is an important aspect that we would put greater emphasis on. And I think it also happens in other parts of the world, that there is a push to see how we can operate the grids more efficiently, so that we gain time in terms of also in terms of the transition. If we utilize what we have better, then of course we gain time in building out the grid. And then on the cost sharing, our idea, and this has been also in the past, we were thinking that it would be good to have maybe staff more involved when you have very dispersed benefits across more countries, not just a few, but maybe several, and then how you appreciate that. So there, we would believe that that would make sense to have more discussions going forward. Then I would like to bring a few studies to your attention. And we are working, obviously, on tariff methodologies. At ACER, we also have an incentive study that this one I did not show on the slides. And there are also other works, and we are cooperating with the Florence School of Regulation on benefit sharing to discuss and understand what are the models that could be used, how we should be thinking about incentives, benefit sharing. And there is also an interesting study which one of our regulators investigated with DNV, where they looked into the regulation of electricity and gas system operators, but eventually this study is very much talking about incentives, like what kind of incentives are out there in terms of new types of incentives, and also, like how you would be changing an existing system of regulation if you were to improve that from the perspective of incentivizing more innovation, more integration, and so on. So maybe a few more words about this slide, and this is more about the left-hand part of it. We see that we have robust tariff methodologies. We would need to work a little bit on how the tariffs are incentivizing the users. But I think we have a relatively good model in terms of, tariffs provide transparency. That's very important, also important for the investment environment. So there we have a couple of good elements. And maybe we should be focusing on the use, like how tariffs incentivize the users. Then the middle part is about regulatory incentives. There are some regulatory incentives which are already in place. So for example, in Ireland, you have incentives for stakeholder engagement that is also connected with the scrutiny system. So practically, the TSOs, DSOs are evaluated by a body whether they do proper stakeholder engagement, and then that is then recognized in their revenue models. You have a couple of other interesting ones. You have a project queue approach, which is applied in France, that's also incentivizing to have a smooth project queue. And then you have an end investment, so of lifetime extension approach, which is applied in Spain and Portugal. But there is more experimentation which is coming to the latter part of this block. And it talks about the capital bias, for example. So from economic literature, from experience, we know that there is a preference to rather build than use efficiently the grid. So the question is what kind of incentives and how you would build up incentives in order to navigate that problem. Then there is a discussion about efficient or missing solution. So how we would find the efficient solutions. Are those efficient solutions are proposed when eventually regulator evaluates the proposal of the operator. And I think here we would need to do more work. And then the benefit sharing, this is an ongoing work with our FSR colleagues. Here the idea is that we would like to create a system of incentive where we would be setting technically a target against which the operator is evaluated, a standard, which is an efficient standard, and then practically evaluate the operator's performance. This is still in the making. We are practically in the literature reading phase, and we would probably try to also find examples and then also make it more practical than this theoretical way that I was talking about. And with that, I will thank you for your attention, and I give the floor to someone else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cilla. Thank you. You highlighted in particular, I think, one point, which is it's not sufficient to, let's say, foresee these very large investments, but prioritization of this investment is absolutely key. You also mentioned you mapped the ongoing work on incentives and then the current thinking also on the side of the regulator. I think one element of it is certainly risks. I mean, how should the risk for these new investments in a new environment be apportionated? And risks is what credit ratings are looking at. So I'm very happy to hand over the floor to Emmanuel. So you are working for a major credit rating agency. You are looking at risks. How are you looking at investment risks specifically concerning the European grids? And how do investors more generally look at the investments in the European grids?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Can you hear me? Yes? All good? So thank you. Warm thanks for the invitation for Standard & Poor's Global Ratings to speak today, because obviously we are very honored that the Energy Directorate would invite us. Indeed, what we can offer is certainly not the technical or regulatory expertise that other speakers more ably provide, but what I hope to provide is the credit angle we give to the market and the way we try to foster, at least within the scope of our contribution as an agency. We don't advise, we just give our opinion on the credit side of the risks that are borne for, let's say, a bondholder of a TSO, a DSO, an integrated power company. And we hope that by that transparency we can explain the parameters, including the amount of debt, if you wish, per unit of cash flow generated that we think is commensurate with a given rating. I will not comment on any specific company, nor on E.ON, nor on RTE, for sure. And as we're closing November, a rich month in terms of certainly of news. We had the news yesterday, certainly from the EU, in terms of the action plan. We had on our side, in terms of when we look at the entire value chain and where the risks lie from a credit perspective, we also look at issues and obstacles that some encounter, like Danish generator Ørsted, or like Siemens Energy in terms of the original equipment manufacturers. So we look at the entire value chain, and we typically hope that each link, each part of the chain is sustainable in terms of its credit outlook, so that the whole chain benefits from the strength of its own components. We also saw more positive things like indeed the action plan of the Commission. We saw some clarification in France in terms of legacy nuclear revenues and the post-2026 scheme. We saw also, actually in Belgium, speaking in Belgium, recently a clarification of the tariffs for the next regulatory period. And the title of my presentation is indeed that we think regulations in Europe are supporting effectively the credit quality of TSOs, DSOs, of regulated power entities, if you wish, that we rate through the transition. This will be my theme. So obviously we have our own expectations in terms of consumption and generation of electricity. They're, just to be clear, a bit lower, slightly lower than what many national governments or the Commission publish, but they're still obviously looking at a substantial kind of 4.5 multiplier of wind and solar generation between 2021 and 2040, kind of recreating 4 Germanys in terms of generation. How indeed can grids absorb that at the transmission and distribution levels? This is the challenge, and we're conscious of that, and that's what frames our view, because this, in a way, for a credit rating agency or a bondholder, is great in terms of looking at a strong growth in terms of business case, which is obviously quite different from fossil gas prospects. But also with obviously a need for investments and a financing gap, which is significant. So as I was saying, we look very much at how supportive regulations are. We have 5 colors on screen that reflect the 5 grades we give to the credit supportiveness of the regulatory frameworks we look at. Actually, they are almost always the same for transmission operators and for distribution companies in power. And the strongest is the deep blue. So that covers most of Western Europe, and not all of the EU, but most of Western Europe, with some slight exceptions in Finland or Iberia. But still, even Iberia and Finland are fairly supportive, we would say. When we say fairly supportive, we mean that with certain parameters about the level of debt of these companies, still we can talk of investment grade, what the market sees as investment grade ratings, typically at Standard & Poor's BBB minus and above, up to AAA. At Moody's, for example, another agency, Baa3 and above. That is what the market calls investment grade, which means typically a more continuous and more competitive access to debt financing. To debt financing actually in terms of senior bonds or junior bonds or even hybrid instruments, of which utilities are big issuers. So one of our themes is that the diversity of financings is one of the strengths of the power TSOs and DSOs. They have obviously ability to tap some EU financings, some equity, some hybrid, some junior debt, senior debt. They have the whole spectrum of financings, and they might actually well need, most of them, to resort to all of these types of financings. What we look at in terms of the credit supportiveness of regulations is in particular, as indeed we have several shocks on the sector and on our economies, is during regulatory periods or by the next regulatory reset. Again, for example, in Belgium it is occurring. We look at the adequacy of the framework vis-à-vis the investment needs. We appreciate very much the dialogue that TSOs and DSOs have with their regulators to explain the capex needs and how they need to be incentivized on the new assets, maybe differently from the legacy assets, to be able to grow and make the network more resilient. We look at how inflation, in terms of more OPEX and certainly much more capex per unit of power transported, is really raising tensions in terms of the amount of the call on the balance sheet, if you wish, of the operators. We look, of course, at the interest rate risk and how quickly actually the 3 to 350 basis point increase in risk-free rates, or let's say in government rates across Europe since early 22, how quickly it translates into an added remuneration for the grids. Because if we need to each time wait 4 or 5 years for the much higher refinancing cost presently already on the new debt that the operators need to raise, then we have a mismatch, which for us means a cash flow tension. We have cash flow metrics, credit metrics that we publish, and we set our guidance at a given rating level for a company to sustain the rating. Of course, we look at the WACC, that's obvious. We look at the remuneration of assets under construction, which may have not been such a theme in many cases, and now is becoming, especially in the north of Europe, say in the Benelux, in Germany, is a key point in terms of, okay, how quickly do you get some remuneration on the assets you build? We were just talking, obviously many times this morning, very logically of the length of the projects and the time it takes to invest and get the asset commissioned and producing EBITDA, producing earnings. And so if actually the earnings can come during construction for us as a credit rating agency, it is quite a difference, a positive difference, I mean. And lastly, we see some DSOs, like we had in the Netherlands, right, this year with Stedin, raising new equity, new common equity. We think some others in Europe need to. They have made no mystery, many of the grids, of the gap in financing, and common equity may be indeed one of the avenues. Typically, credit rating agencies do not count on future equity, but in the particular circumstances of the European transition, in face of actually a sustained record of equity issuance, we actually can give on a forward basis some credit to the expectation that new common equity will be issued. We, just 2 weeks ago, we published an article on interconnections, essentially not just on cross-country interconnections, and not really within a country when there are several price zones. And so what we were saying is that we monitor the EU ratio of the interconnection capacity to overall generation capacity in a given country, the 15% that need to be reached by each member. We actually add our own metric, humbly, but we think it can enrich the discussion. I think actually RTE, by the way, is a company that may have a similar view, that the second ratio, which is on screen with the colors for each country, is more a ratio on the same numerator of the interconnection capacity overall of the country, in this case for imports, and that we divide by what we estimate to be the peak demand in a given day or given hour, I mean, it depends, for a given country. And that ratio is actually showing a bit different. For example, in the Benelux or in Germany, we see actually a healthier level of interconnections. This is fast forward to 2030. So with our expectations of the many interconnection projects prospering and being commissioned by 2030. So we see, obviously, some can say Europe is not progressing quick enough, and of course everyone would like progress to be even faster. Still, what we say is that the progress is there, and that the safety and reliability of the European grid as a whole is getting ever stronger, and will get stronger. So what we also say to try to illustrate the dynamics is that we have kind of two periods in columns. We have the current state, where most grids, actually it's true for gas too, are actually generating significant free cash flow. One could say it's because the investments are being delayed, so the capex, the cash out, is not so visible. Well, maybe, but what we say is that at least it might be well considered by many grids to, and this is not an advice, but to reap, if you wish, the free cash flow that currently is being generated, to have reserves for when the capex very soon now will ramp up massively. And in red, we say, well, capex, capital spending for a given TSO notably, could be 3 to 4 times EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes and depreciation, and that is exceptionally high. So the degree of effort on the investment, on outflows of cash, will be really tremendous. So maybe it's good to have some reserves. The sector is fairly leveraged compared to other corporate sectors, compared to telecoms or compared to retail, oil and gas and so on. And so it's good probably to have some reserves being built. And lastly, well, that's publication, so I will not dwell over that. In the interest of time, I guess I will hand over. Thank you very much indeed. By the way, we are very happy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for this, I would say, very positive outlook on the situation of our TSOs and DSOs. I think we have a good outlook in terms of creditworthiness, in terms of current situation. But of course, you also point out that with the massive investments ahead, their situation might get a bit more tense, and hence perhaps more difficult to access at good terms the financial markets. So that is where perhaps an actor like the European Investment Bank has an increased even a role to play. The European Investment Bank is of course a major actor when it comes to grid financing and more generally infrastructure financing. But we see that not all DSOs, TSOs are in the same situation. There are spots where access to financing is more difficult. So it's why we are very, very interested to listen to you, John, to see a bit how the EIB is looking at this, how your portfolio is evolving, how you will see this portfolio evolve in the coming years. John.
Thank you very much. So we heard a lot today about this need to scale up and what's been happening. I just wanted to show some news also to put some context. EIB is of course only one of the many actors that provide finance to the industry, but we are a large public actor. And just to give the idea, at the moment 2022, we provided around 5 billion to energy networks. I don't have the comparator, unfortunately, the slides, but I compared it to historically. For the last 10 years, that's double of what we used to have, and that's excluding COVID. So we are seeing this is happening. The grid are scaling up, and the investments are happening. And well, of course, this is anecdotal, only on the basis of our own small portfolio, but in a way, it's good news. So we're talking, and we've heard the numbers many times today, of a need to scale up 60%. I think if you translate it down to a DSO level in particular, and that's what I want to focus on because I think that's where the real need is going to be in the next few years. We're looking at a need to mostly double or even triple in some cases the investments that are needed by 2030. This has challenges for finance, but before we look at finance, and we've also discussed this before, I think we need to look at the capacity, because those in turn also have implications for finance. So we need the physical capability of DSOs and the manpower actually to do these things. We need construction crews on the ground to dig the holes for the extra wires. We need electricians to install the chargers in people's homes and to get the heating systems and all of that. And that all is tied to the thing. So we need to scale this up. We need expertise. We need to build up the supply chains. We're hurrying in the PSI stage. We know people are struggling with 5, 6, 7 year lead times to get cable slots for the PCIs, for the large cables. On the small scale, this is the same problem. So people are having long waiting times to get transformers, cables, meters, all of the above. So there is a need to support the supply chain at the bottom to enable, because otherwise we're going to not just explode the need to invest, but also explode costs, which has a multiplying effect in the whole item, and it's something we need to control. We need permitting authorities to be able to catch up or find ways to accelerate. If you're doubling investment, you pretty much double the permit requirements, and that means you cannot afford to have the same manpower dealing with the same scheme and wait twice as long for the permits to go through. We've heard it many times. This is one of the key barriers to grid developments in many cases today. And then finally, and what I'm actually here to talk about today, is we need to scale up finance accordingly. Now, there's some good news on that, because historically, and I'm glad you just confirmed it the ratings agencies confirmed this, regulator sectors are generally relatively easy to finance for financiers. They're attractive, they're stable, they have guaranteed income from regulated perspectives, there's fixed money, they have a strong asset bases that can act as collateral, so ultimately they're not difficult to finance. On top of that, grids are, for the most part, 100% taxonomy compliant, so they're also green, which is an added dimension that's becoming increasingly important for financiers, like particularly the EU, the EIB as a climate bank, but also general private financiers who want to build up their green portfolios, their green finance portfolios, which carries with it some very attractive interest rate benefits as well at the moment. So all of these are very positive. However, the scale, and that's where the issues then come in, is different. So scaling up investment compared to EBITDA will put pressure on it. So we need to scale up the lending volumes. We are also dealing with very different types of companies. In some countries, we have large national champion grid operators who don't actually struggle very much, who basically do this on an industrial scale. But in other countries, and I keep using Germany as a perfect example, which has 880, and that's a large number of distinct DSOs, often very small municipal actors that tend to run almost on a sort of a couple of 100,000 people. Those are not the actors that are going to find it very easy to raise additional finance. On top of that, we have the added challenge of the multi-utility DSOs. Although they're all unbundled, at the corporate level, if you have a same holding that has both electricity and gas grids, and I can give an anecdote of a project I did very recently where the promoter said our gas grid is going to shrink to 30% of its current size within 10 years. It's the first time I heard somebody say that and not try and put some numbers in terms of, but hydrogen will help in some ways, but not so much on the DSO level, because the needs there are going to be very different. And the shrinking asset base has an impact on credit rating, which has an impact on finance. So it's one of the aspects that we'll need to manage. What do we do with stranded assets going forward? All of this ultimately is manageable because we have strong regulatory systems and schemes, but it bears a cost with it. And I think the final point I wanted to make is we need to keep these costs in mind. So we're doubling or tripling potentially the annual output and the system costs, which, if all else stays the same, will mean a doubling or tripling of system tariffs for the final consumers. We're seeing politically a backlash against some of the green policies, a complaint by consumers that it's all getting too much, cost of living is going up, cost of inflation is going up. We're seeing strong messages, cost of energy is going up. We were promised lower costs of energy with liberalization, they never materialized, and you just keep increasing the costs. And I'm paraphrasing a conversation I had with a taxi driver in a recent mission. But ultimately, this is the question that I think we need to answer as well. And we shouldn't lose track of it. I think it's imperative that we do these investments, but when prioritizing it, we shouldn't forget about the final consumers and maybe prioritize investments that really lead to a lowering of expenses and costs for the final consumers as well, and make sure we find ways to pass through those benefits, because otherwise we will do a lot of these projects and they may end up never being used, or be subject to political winds that will lead to additional uncertainties and then costs again. So that's it in a nutshell. Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you very much, John. And of course, the conversation with the taxi driver is always a good reality check. And thank you for bringing in the consumers in the discussion and their ability to pay increased tariffs. Of course, even if the EIB or other financial institutions provide very good financing instruments, very good rates, in the end, someone has to reimburse, and this has to come from the consumers. Obviously, there is another way to finance these infrastructures. They can also be financed from direct public intervention in a much smaller scale, but yet we have the possibility to award grants, be it at national or European level. And this is probably something that is also relevant in the context of the DSO investments to mitigate the price increase. We have heard that most of the investments are basically at DSO level. I think the figure is 400 billion euro needed in this decade at DSO level, so about 400 billion euros to incorporate, of course, the fast increasing electricity demand, the renewables, the decentralized generation and flexible demand, electromobility, for instance. So in this context, I would like to invite Richard Venetiocchi from the ITSO for Smart Grids to tell us a little bit on the public financing. And I know that you have looked at especially the EU different possibilities to get financing for DSOs. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Richard Venetiocchi. I am working for energy company E.ON, which is part of the European Association EDSO, which is the association for let's say, the largest DSOs in Europe. I wonder how many of you that have spotted my mistake in my presentation on the very first slide. As I printed this presentation yesterday for support, I noticed that I had put the PCI Energy Days 2024 instead of 2023. And I spoke to a colleague and said, no, I sent a presentation to the organizers with the wrong year. And she responded to me, well, at least you are living in the future and not in the past. So I thought, perhaps it's not too big of a mistake. The background of this survey is that it was during the spring. We looked ahead, what can we expect from the future in terms of funding, and we started to look into the next multi-annual financial framework starting in 2028, because we are expecting the initial proposal by the European Commission to be published in July 2025. And in order to be prepared, we started to work on that already this year. And as a basis for our, let's say, internal alignment and our positioning, we decided to conduct a survey on funding and see how our members are working with it, both on the EU level, but also on the national level. We also extended the survey to the DSO entities members to respond to, and because of that we have also received responses from smaller DSOs. The methodology then was that we had an online survey open during September. This was first analyzed, and then we selected a few, I would say well, actually mean EDSO and the consultancy. So this survey has been conducted by Dowell Innovation Consultancy to support EDSO with the task. Respondees were then selected based on diversity criteria for in-depth interviews. And as we speak, I know that the colleagues from the EDSO Secretariat are working on the final touch on the report, and it will be published today. The aim is to have it published by lunch, but at least sometime during the day. And the easiest way to if you're interested in the full report, the easiest way is just to add EDSO on LinkedIn, and you will get notified once it's published. So we have been looking into funds both on the EU level as well as the national level. And on the EU level, we will have the very obvious one, the Horizon, and then CEF Energy. Worth mentioning is also that we have treated the PCI list as a funding program for simplicity, even though everyone knows that the PCI list is not where you will receive any kind of funding from. We also looked into the Innovation Fund, the LIFE program, and ERANET. And then for the national funds, we've been looking into the big umbrella of the Common Provisions Regulations, the Modernization Fund, the RRF, as well as the Repower EU, but then there are also national programs which are not connected to EU funding in any way. And here you can see the spread of the ones that responded to the survey. We managed to get submissions from 16 different member states. In total, we received 55 responses. Anyone that can do basic mathematics can see that the numbers to the right in the box does not add up to 55, and we have decided to remove a number of responses because they came from DSOs within the same group and had almost identical answers. So in order to not have the outcome too biased, they had to be filtered out. Submitting applications to EU funding. The darkest blue color indicates the largest DSOs. I should also mention, what is the definition of a large DSO, a medium DSO, and a small DSO? And we have used the definition which is used by the DSO entity for their board structure. It is the best definition we have on the European level. It's blunt, but it's the best we have. And large DSO means that you will have more than 1 million connected customers. Medium means between 100,000 and 1 million customers, and small DSO means below 100,000 customers. The large DSOs are the ones that are the most active, and all of the ones that have responded to the survey have submitted at least one application. The small ones are perhaps naturally the ones that are the least active, but interesting is that there are actually 2 DSOs that have submitted more than 5 applications to EU funds over the past 10 years. And I think that is quite interesting to see that even small DSOs can make funding and EU funding part of their business portfolio. The main drivers for DSOs to submit applications for EU funding is the opportunity to test the innovative solutions, but then also the cross-border cooperation. That is something that DSOs value a lot. And it is also a very natural part of how the programs are built up, both from the PCIs, but also for Horizon. Another big driver is the possibility to receive funds to cover capex, to trigger additional investments. And all of the reasons on the slide are mainly, let's say, from the company high-level perspective. But if you dig in deeper and looking into the employee perspective, you will find other kinds of values. For example, if you would speak to a project manager on a DSO, that person will probably say that when this person received funding for his project, it was much easier to attract people within the company to actually being able to run the project. And for the single employee, being part of an EU project can be quite an inspiration. It could be a way to develop employees. It could be also a way to keep talent. So there are values that are way beyond the actual funds. Among the instruments that were in the survey, the Horizon program stands out as being the program that are being applied to the most, followed by the PCI and CEF. This is the rating of the experiences DSOs have from the different instruments. The best experience is actually from national funding, followed by the Horizon. The least good experience comes from the PCI and CEF. The reason for the outcome is that when programs are being broken down on the national level, there tends to be a bit less complexity. And it can also be a matter of getting rid of barriers such as the language barrier. Some plus and minuses on the different program. Many consider the Horizon to be a very well-suited and well-focused program. A bit of the problem with the program is also that I would say that what is good with Horizon can also be quite negative. Horizon tends to encourage very large consortia. There could be up to 60 participants in one single project. And being part just of the formation of a consortium can be a bit, it can be a bit like being a mitten in a tumble dryer, because there will be alliances that are being formed within the consortium. There will be some parts breaking out. You will have to attract new participants, and it can even be overwhelming for large DSOs. And then when the project is running out of funding, some of the parties in the consortium, they can be only dependent on funding to continue the project, while there could be other parties that would like to continue, but they cannot then keep their partners within the consortium. And as for the PCI, it is considered to be it's a very promising instrument. The PCI and CEF, the reward is very high, but DSOs feel that there's a lack of transparency in the different processes for the selection of the PCI and CEF. As for the Innovation Fund and LIFE, the complexity of the application is high, and that is something that we are getting feedback for all of the programs, basically, that it's being too complex. In terms of success rate, national funding and the LIFE program are the ones that have the best kind of hit rates, while the Innovation Fund has been proven to be very difficult for DSOs to receive any kind of funding from. I'm just going to let you take in all these dots. So these dots represent DSOs, and the green means very good experience, while red and orange-brownish means not so good experience. And here we are comparing how DSOs value the suitability of OPEX financing on the EU level as well as the national level, respectively. And we can see here that all categories are happy with how the financing for OPEX is working on the EU level. Doing the same exercise on CAPEX, medium-sized DSOs, they are way happier with the financing for CAPEX on the EU level, while large DSOs and small DSOs tend to favor national funding when it comes to CAPEX. And one of the reasons could be that there are programs such as the Modernization Fund on the national level, which belongs into this category for the survey. This is one of my favorite slides, I would say, because or the most interesting one. The big box of boxes to the left, that box says that the majority, or many DSOs have never applied to national funding ever. And you can see that compared to the slide we looked at when we had from the EU fund, all of the large DSOs have applied to EU funding to funding from the EU level, while on the national level, 5 of them haven't. And the reason for that is simply because in some member states there aren't no national funds. There are no programs. There are not any kind of stimulation coming from the RRF or the Repower EU. The reason for applying to national funding is more or less the same as the ones for EU funding. And some hurdles to funding, to national funding, but also to funding in general. Sometimes the programs that are being set up on the national level, they are not suitable for DSOs, or they are not making DSOs eligible at all. It also tends to be biased towards loan instead of grants. And then regulated businesses will have an unfavorable treatment of the assets financed by the grant on the national level in many member states. So there is a lack of incentive for DSOs to actually pursue funding. Because what happens in many regulations is that once the DSO has managed to get the grant, acquired the equipment, and then the national regulation is neutralizing these assets, and they cannot be basis for any kind of revenues at all. And then I'm just going to give, I'm going to select 2 recommendations or conclusions from this slide. And from the EU level, DSOs are asking to have a bridge between having the R&D and I projects and to actually have them roll out, because they will see a gap. So, and there is currently no such kind of support on the European level for DSOs. The Innovation Fund has that kind of idea that it should be the bridge between innovation and commercialization, but it's not really fitted for DSOs. And on the national level, as I said in the previous slide, in many member states there are not even any kind of programs for DSOs. And we have seen in initiatives such as the Repower EU that many member states did not take the grids into account at all. And then I can just connect that to the grid action plan that was published yesterday, that this is something that Commission also has noticed and recognized with the Action 10. And we would like to thank the Commission for that initiative, and we will also do our best to support the Commission communicating this to the member states. That's all for me, and the full report will be published today, hopefully, and feel free to reach out. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ricard. It's always very good to have this kind of survey to provide feedback. I'm sure that colleagues in the Commission and at CINEA will look at the survey as soon as it is available. I take perhaps first a very positive message on Horizon, on our research project. It's very good that DSOs are both important participants, but also show an interest to this instrument. It shows also clearly that there are entities that are innovating, that are in need of new solutions. So that's a very positive point. Of course, I take also the point that from innovation programs, research programs, to the deployment, we have the usual difficulty to accompany this transition, and you are calling for a bridge. So that's also an important message that we are taking this morning. Now, we are changing a bit from electricity to hydrogen. I'm very pleased to welcome Alex Seid-Samo to speak about more the hydrogen infrastructure that is needed. And here, of course, the question is whether we are in a comparable situation as for the electricity grid, or are we in a completely different world, as we are building basically from scratch, so to say, even if we are relying on certain existing assets, but you will tell us. So what about access to financing for hydrogen? Is it more difficult than for electricity? So Alex, please.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. It's really nice to be here, and I think it's valuable that we meet person to person and exchange thoughts and ideas and meet people from different professional backgrounds, even though we have quite a lot in common, I would say. So I will briefly introduce the European Hydrogen Backbone Initiative and then go into the topics on financing the hydrogen backbone, which we presented last week in our latest report published at the European Hydrogen Week here in Brussels. Let's see, I seem to have Enzoi's slides, so I will skip forward to... There we go, yes. So, the European Hydrogen Backbone is an initiative of 33 gas TSOs from the whole of Europe. And we are collaborating to lead the development of renewable and low-carbon hydrogen infrastructure in Europe, and we want to accelerate the decarbonization of the European energy system, enable renewable and low-carbon hydrogen to contribute to a stable, secure, affordable, and sustainable energy supply. In addition, we want to support the development of a competitive and open, equitable, and transparent European hydrogen market. And hydrogen will play an important role in the decarbonization of the European economy. The recent Gas for Climate pan-EU study shows that a 33 billion euro savings by producing hydrogen in the lowest cost of supply countries and transporting it to demand centers will be achieved as opposed to producing hydrogen only locally. And this also supports the grid development of the electricity grid, since it's more economic and requires less investments in the electricity grids to produce hydrogen where it's the cheapest and then transport it via pipelines to the demand centers. And as we see on the map, the production will be most efficient in the northern parts of Europe and in the southern parts of Europe, and the demand will be the highest in the central parts of Europe. We can also see the targets which are set. The latest is the REPower EU target of 20 megatons of hydrogen demand in 2030. So, here we have a map of all the projects, numbering 40, which are included in the European Hydrogen Backbone. And yesterday was a big success, as about 25 of these were granted PCI status. We are anticipating that most of the pipelines will be commissioned by 2031. In general, you can say that projects take about 7 years to operation and 3.5 to final investment decision. So there is still time. Well, then going into the financial side,
the cost update which we presented in the report shows that as with almost all products lately, inflation has had an impact on the pipelines as well. But when we adjust for inflation and compare the updated costs for different pipeline sizes, we see that they are actually in line, or it's the inflation that explains most of the difference compared to what we presented in 2020 in our flagship report. And we see that inflation has had a similar impact across all sectors. So the hydrogen pipelines, the price increase has been about the same as the price increase for electricity transmission infrastructure. So, what kind of a European hydrogen backbone should we then aim for? Well, we want to formalize a way to envision the structure of the financial needs. We presumably can agree that hydrogen, and in particular an integrated European-wide network, is key to the lowest cost societal decarbonization. But when we are thinking about how big the network is, or what it will cost, there is a trade-off between cost and risk. In the top example, you build out a network to accommodate early market flows of hydrogen. It's smaller and less expensive, but also is likely to require an expensive upscaling in the future and provide bottlenecks in the system. In the bottom example, you build out a network sized to the expected full scale of the network. It's most cost-effective in the long term, but in the short term costs more and is susceptible to market ramp-up risk. And on the next slide, we see more about the market ramp-up risk. This is a picture of a pipeline being in the early market ramp-up phase, only partly filled, and then as capacity booking increases, we transition toward a mature market, and our challenges are solved by then. But what we want to introduce here are two concepts. The investment recovery challenge and the upfront financing gap. The investment recovery challenge is a product of early market tariff revenues not quite being high enough to fully finance the large-scale network build-out. That is, we can't take out tariffs which are higher than the user's willingness to pay. In the long term, the project is self-sustaining, but for the first years it requires public support. And the investment recovery challenge is related to the upfront financing gap, which represents that the TSOs are unable to mobilize capital needed for network build-out. So if we can tackle the investment recovery challenge, then we have better, or the TSOs will have better access to capital for building the European hydrogen backbone. And here we see a visualization of that challenge, and in the market ramp-up phase, the investment recovery challenge is symbolized here by the yellow triangle. And as we see, when the pipeline gets filled, then the tariffs or the regulated asset-based model tariff is lowered to a level which is in line with the user's willingness to pay, and then public support is no longer needed. And here it's important to point out that the ask is for this triangle and not for the entire capex of the pipelines. And Well, we haven't dug too deeply into specific mechanisms for providing public support, but we are aware of innovative schemes in Germany and elsewhere. Things like amortization funds, cross-subsidies, etc., are perhaps a part of the solution. And the road ahead requires collaboration amongst network operators as well as the hydrogen TSOs and electricity TSOs, investors, network users, governments, and regulators. So we are on a journey together to realize the carbon neutrality in hopefully not too distant future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. And indeed, you demonstrated indeed that the problem is quite different for the hydrogen backbone. Clearly, we have a time issue. Who is taking the risk for the first years? Who is putting the extra money for the first years? Can we recuperate this in 10 years, 15 years, or do we need to put upfront some public money? So these are very, very important questions. And you also pointed out that these questions can only be addressed in a very wide framework, in a very wide stakeholders fora, because of course it involves also public authorities, existing TSOs, and all those also along the hydrogen chain. So thank you very much. And now, as we are speaking about, I would say perhaps the governance, if I could use a big word, of how to organize all these discussions and really go deeper into the discussion on how to foster finance for these grids. I turn to Vincent Touvenin, who will present us the Investors Dialogue for Energy, and in particular the stream of work that relates to the TSO and DSO's financing. So, Vincent, the floor is yours.
I think, do you hear me well? Okay. Yeah. I think I have to go back to the slides. We are not in the same order. Yeah. So my name is Vincent Touvenin. I'm a member of salary of RTE, but here I'm to represent ENSOE as a member participant of the Investor Dialogue for Energy. The Investor Dialogue for Energy is a platform, structured platforms with different stakeholders of different horizons, the industry, the grid operators, and financial institution and financial entity. It's a structured dialogue, but still it's a kind of brainstorm to find new ways, new ways to find a source of financing all the investment we have to do in the energy sector. So it's not only about grid, but it's also about generation, about storage, flexibility, demand. I won't go into details in all these different groups. Of course, I'm talking today of the groups where I am, which is the one for transmission and distributions. So the objective of, sorry, I have to go back. Well, I'm not in control of the slides. Well, for the Investor Dialogue, the objective is to look at existing investment support schemes and to try to address barriers to financing energy projects in the EU member states level and develop new thinking, recommendation on how to address these barriers and identify and analyze new and upgraded financing schemes through issue papers, reports, and discussions, and that you will hear over the journey of this Investors Dialogue. So the idea is to develop guidance and best practices to support and help streamline the financing in the different segment of the energy value chain. At the moment, for the group where we are, in the transmission and distribution, we are working on blended finance schemes with a technical assistance component to help support. So blended is intermediate loans combined with direct grants, and to help medium TSOs and DSOs, small DSOs to have access to this kind of finance. So this is the main objective. This is the groups, if you want to have a view, an overview of all the different groups. We have 5 different groups, and the groups transmission and distribution is working group 2 about this blended finance schemes discussion. Now, if I come to the key messages, as member of INSEOE, I carry in the group, is to remind that we are in a changing scale of investment that was already mentioned by the previous speakers. At ENSOE TSO level, ENSOE is an association of European Association of TSOs. Sorry, I've not presented it. And we're also happy to say that we just increased the cross-border capacity with Ukraine very recently to 1.7 gigawatts, which is a quite significant increase from previous level, mentioning that our grids are really essentials for the society and for the economy. In the present context of war in Ukraine, it's really obvious. We, at the horizon of 2050, we intend at the transmission system level, so I'm not talking about the distribution level, we will invest at least 700 billion euros. And we see that now the Commission estimates that for 2030, and if I include transmission and distribution, we will be already around 584 billion euros in 2030. So you see the increase of TSO transmission investment forecasts in the different decades, 2030, 2040, and 2050 on the graphs. You see it's just large and fast increase, in fact. But compared to this increase in investment, we have also to take into account what are the benefits. And so the benefits are cutting generation cost by, it's mentioned in the grid action plan of the Commission, by around 9 billion each year. It avoids generation curtailment, especially renewable generation curtailment, by around 42 terawatt-hour a year in our estimates, which amounts more or less to 10% of the French consumptions each year. And so it also cuts, of course, CO2 emissions by integrating more decarbonized generation in the system. And when we come back to our investment, we see that we will invest around 6 billion euro per year in 2040, which is a changing scale. So to finance all these massive investments, the main points, and that was, I think, already mentioned, is the rate of returns on our investment and our regulated business. Of course, I'm talking about the regulated rate of returns on our asset base. The graph on the slide shows the trend of the rate of return, regulated rate of return, in average we have, and so it has been decreasing over years, and it was normal in the context of the financial context and our needs at that time. But now we are changing times, and of course the financial costs are increasing, the rates on the markets, but also our investment needs are changing, are fast increasing. So this is a context we have to take into account, and for us it's impossible to see this reducing trends of rate of returns to go on over years. And so the message here is that if we want to be able as TSO to raise sufficient capital in the market, equity and debt, we have to have a regulated rate of return determined by the regulatory authority, of course. If we don't have this good rate of return comparable to the markets, then low rate of return may show benefits for current customer by reducing bills, but over time this leads to overinvestment and so cost to the consumer. And there's no magic in there. The grid cost will increase, and the cost will pass through in the tariffs. Maybe we will have public fundings, but if we don't make the investments, the cost will be in lower quality of service for consumers. Now we are very pleased with the Investment Dialogue for Energy as a platform to discuss the need to share this burden, to address also questions with our regulatory authority about how to share the burden between the different users of the grid, but also from other parts of the society that benefits from the grids and our investments. So we are considering and trying to work around alternatives to finance TSO investments, and just mention here, by looking at public fundings, national grants, Connecting Europe facility, or other EU fundings if our grids are eligible to these fundings. We also looking at new ways of having cost sharing among countries or among zones. So it's a question of CBCA that tends to be more and more elaborated, and there are also questions on how to finance the new future offshore networks, and also some grid corridors in some ways. So these big infrastructures, how do we finance them? And I think my last slide, if he wants to come. Well, thank you. It's all about also looking at the futures on long term, and forward-looking regulation is needed more than ever to balance current and future consumer needs. I will also have to remind perhaps that the good news is we are in a growing business, growing investment, but also growing demand for electricity by electrification. So the demand base on which relies part of the funding also growing. So we have to look at the balance, I mean, as mentioned by previous speakers. And so we think that the Investor Dialogue for Energy, the platform, is a good platform to have more discussion between the regulatory world and the credit agency, the finance world, to try to have a common language and common discussion on how to tackle the issue of this growing needs, the growing investment finance. And we should not only look at financing scheme, but also how regulation then can adapt and enable access to affordable equity and debts for us operators. We also our business is changing, so we are looking also at business that is more and more OpEx driven in some way, because more investment is also more operating costs for maintenance, for instance. It's also system balance costs that are growing with intermittent renewable generation and so on. So these also are challenges we have to tackle in the way the business is regulated. And at the same time, as already mentioned, we are also facing long-term challenges like shortage of skilled labor and supply chain bottlenecks to support the investment or timely investment in our investment plan. So regulatory tools and methods need certainly to evolve from looking mainly at short-term cost efficiency. That was really the purpose, I guess, historically of the regulation, but also to focus on longer-term performance and innovation. And that can be a combination, we guess, of smart incentives to make best use of existing capacity of the networks, de-risking investments, very important, through appropriate rate of return and lowering barriers to anticipatory investment. We try to give a definition of what we mean are anticipatory investments, as all investments are anticipatory by definition. But here we are looking at investments that are not yet approved by NRAs in the network development plan, justified on the basis of forecasted future needs aligned with long-term policy goals. Decarbonation is one of them, sovereignty another one, security of supply, and higher degree of uncertainty if we look at this kind of investment. And the use case would not only include offshore wind grids, I mentioned, but also onshore reinforcement, accelerated electrification, smart grids solutions. All this is part of this anticipatory investment. I can do it. And so also the supply chain issue is a really important issue to us to be able to do our investments. So all these de-risking issues also may extend to how to do that to help to support our supply chain in Europe, and also have a return of investment in Europe. If we spend much of money on our grids, we think it should also go to benefits to the European economy and employment, and not only to the rest of the world, I would say. Certainly a kind of idea, a motto would be to have a net zero mandate in the regulation that could complement the objectives of the regulations, and with guiding principle on future decisions to better align with our policy goals that, again, are not only short-sighted, but on longer term. Thank you for your attention. I think I finish here.
Thank you very much, Vincent, for providing us with an overview of the work you are participating to in this energy investors dialogue. This investors dialogue on energy. And also for your key messages on the relationship between regulatory aspects and financing, of course, with the question of the regulated rate of return. I'm sure this is one of the points that will continue to be discussed in the context of your investors dialogue. As you know, the action plan published by the Commission is making a specific mention to the importance of the investors dialogue, and also proposes to reinforce a certain stream when it comes to identifying and addressing financing obstacles. So I'm sure that your contribution, the contribution of this panel, are already feeding in the work that will unfold in the coming weeks and months in the context of the action plan for grids. So with that, I would like to thank very much our speakers for this morning. Thank you very much. And we are now breaking for a coffee break. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Is it already afternoon? Almost. I'm happy to see you all here, many people in a small space. We are going to discuss the importance of infrastructures of CO2 and hydrogen for industrial purposes. And for that reason, I am here from DG GROW. So we are the industrial DG of the Commission. And I'm Jiri Jyrkänen, so I work there mainly on hydrogen topics, but also other industrial competitiveness issues. And I will maybe explain in 3 points what we do in DG GROW, because that is a very good way to explain why the grids are really elementary to what we want to achieve also in the industry. So first what we do is that we look at what we have to do in Europe for keeping industries and companies competitive. So looking at everything from trade elements on its impact on competitiveness, on costs, and on industrial capacities, on manufacturing. So, for example, within the Net Zero Industrial Act is something which is quite recent that you might have heard about. The second point is on our policies, so coherence with our policies. So I think we are all aware of the recent tumult with geopolitical dimension, wars, trade practices that can be a bit challenging, etc. So we are looking at strategic open autonomy, for example, how that runs into everything that we need to do. So for raw materials, for processing, so that it becomes coherent and robust over the supply chain, and the manufacturing capacities. So what do we have to build up in Europe? The third and last point from my side is a little bit on the long-term view. So we all know that we have the objective of net zero by 2050. And we are in progress of getting something for 2040, so the climate targets. So I think the guys in Dubai are getting ready as we speak to set the kind of the global point of view and negotiations between all states, developed and developing countries, and we will see what will be the outcome in carbon budgets and other elements that will, I would assume, will quite strongly influence what we are going to do next year, especially when we also have a new parliament, a new commission, and that can be a way to accelerate what we need to do. So in this longer-term planning, we look at the role of innovation, of infrastructures, the time frame for different actions, which is important. Of course, regulations and standards, which I'm happy that I'm asking the questions today and not you. and of course, then the emissions from processes from industries. So it is something which does not apply only to hard-to-abate industries, but also more widely, if you look at the society. So where does it bring in? So these 3 examples of what do we do, I think that is a nice bridge, a 3-lane bridge to what we are discussing today here, which is the infrastructures. So that is really an enabler for industrial decarbonization. So there are very little, the way it looks like from a modeling, that we can do if we do not have these infrastructures. So it's really a driver for cost, driving it down, and that will enable then a space for maneuver for EU going forward in policies. So in that sense, I'm pleased to sit here or stand next to the guys who are actually running the large projects on the out there. So this is really a signal that things are moving, we have a momentum, and it shows that we can do what we need to do in Europe. So I would propose that we do a small, quick round the table, just so that you present yourself, and then we start maybe with project-by-project presentations. Maybe we start with the only hydrogen project in the group, please.
Good morning. Morning. Is this working? My name is João Afonso. I'm head of grid planning at REN. REN is the Portuguese TSO, both for gas and electricity business. And I'm here to this roundtable to present a little bit about one project, 100% hydrogen project, called H2Met.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jean-Marc Brimont. I'm working with GRT Gas, which is the main transmission operator in France for molecules and particular gas, and in the future hydrogen. I'm in charge of H2Met for GRT Gas, so I'm here with João to present the project that we are co-developing.
My name is Jørn Atle Borsheim. I'm representing Northern Lights, which is a CO2 transport and storage provider.
Hello, everybody. My name is Robert Nijssen, and today here I'm presenting and hopefully promoting a bit our project called Antwerp at Sea, which is meant to be a decarbonization solution for the Antwerp harbor.
Hi, my name is Sietse Verwerda, and I'm representing Portos, a large CCS infrastructure project in the Rotterdam harbor, and also one of the participants of the PCI CO2 transports, which we also do a little bit together with Antwerp at Sea.
Yeah, hello, good morning. My name is Sander Nijman. I'm representing the Aramas project, and I'll happy to tell you a little bit more about it. It's also a CCS project that is closely linked to, well, to Sietse and the Antwerp at Sea project, and also some similarities with the Northern Lights project. So happy to talk you through further on that later. Yeah.
Let's jump in to hydrogen project.
I need the microphone, please. Thank you. So, why H2Met project? Europe requires by 2030 and further a lot of its industry and energy from hydrogen. And this corridor, this project really aims to allow bridging the potential production in the Iberian Peninsula, which has a lot of renewable energy sources potential, namely wind and solar, to actually produce hydrogen, and then we have to bridge the demand not only in the Iberian Peninsula and in France, but also in the rest of Europe. And so this is a project that really aims to do what is really interesting in the European Union, is binding together all the state members and really enforce our independence in terms of energy-wise. And hydrogen is one factor really relevant for these goals of energy, namely the decarbonization. But decarbonization without grid does not work. And we are both DSOs, and we try to give you some ideas of how we are going to bridge the demand and the sourcing with these infrastructures. H2Met project is built on two major interconnections. Starting from the west, between Portugal and Spain, the so-called CELSA, Celurico Taveira and Zamora. It's a pipeline that we are envisaging to have about 250 kilometers. It will have a capacity of transport up to 1,000 tons of hydrogen per annum. And another project, it is a maritime pipeline between Barcelona and Marseille, with about 450 kilometer pipeline, and is able to transport up to 2 million tons of hydrogen per annum. 2 million tons is actually 10% what is foreseen the European Union to need by 2030. And this gives you a very rough idea, but a very sharp one, what is the importance of these infrastructures. Of course, between these two interconnections, we will need what we call the backbones regions of each country that collects from the sites of the hydrogen production to be able to transport them to the rest of Europe. In Portugal, we are aiming to build these enablers on repurposing today's natural gas pipelines, which is also another vector to allow to use and to give life to these infrastructures without building new ones. And we are collecting from the sites where we envisage to have high potential of wind and solar to produce green hydrogen and then to be able to transport to these interconnection. Portugal has the ambition to have, even before the end of this decade, 80% from the energy made by renewable sources, which is a very ambitious target, but we are at this moment currently about 60%, so this is a way to go to this decarbonization process. In Spain, the same idea is also to use the natural gas pipelines to repurpose for the hydrogen, 100% compatibility, and then the TSO operator from Enagás, which are part of this group of TSOs to promote the H2Med, foresees to repurpose about 30% of their natural gas system, and for that we are building up about 3,000 kilometers of pipelines within Spain. Along this axis, new sites for the H2 production. Actually, Enagás has sent a call for instance to receive non-binding information regarding the sites where these H2 production are going to be installed, based on, for sure, namely solar, which is a very target energy source for electricity and hydrogen as well. Connecting this backbone, this transmission backbone, they are also foreseen two salt cavities to store hydrogen, which give us the opportunity to make a sector coupling between electricity and hydrogen, give us more flexibility to manage the energy availability, and as well to balance the surplus of the electricity that we have in the Iberian Peninsula. All of these will be actually put to the new pipeline, the Barmar, the pipeline between Barcelona and Marseille. This pipeline, as I told you, has the capacity of transport up to 2 million tons of hydrogen per annum. They will receive the hydrogen from those backbones and interconnection in Portugal and Spain, and then to land this on Marseille, where we envisage to give this and to make this hydrogen available for the rest of Europe. And for that, I pass the floor to Jean-Marc.
So thank you very much. So you have understood that the objective is to build a corridor from the Iberian Peninsula to Germany. So now that we are in Marseille, we need to cross France. And we have actually started to develop projects called IFEN, which will be 1,200 kilometers from Marseille to the German boundary in Obergalbach, actually, and will actually connect also the storages that are located in the south of France and also in the Rhone Valley. It will connect also industrial clusters that are also PCI candidates, Mosaic, Rhine, Dune projects you have seen on the PCI list that was published yesterday by the Commission. And the objective is then to connect to the German kernets, actually, which will allow us to enter the German market, which is supposed to be requesting a lot of imports of hydrogen by 2030. The objective is actually to unfold and to develop a project up to 2030 to meet the European Commission objectives and the EU objectives. So we are really at the feasibility stage. So to give a little bit more details actually on what we are going to do on Barmar, next year we'll start the feasibility study. So we'll try to find the most adapted route across the Mediterranean Sea. So there will be probably maritime surveys that are going to be involved. And we aim for FID somewhere in 2026, of course, after hopefully being eligible to support from the European Commission through the CEF Fund, both for studies but also for construction.
Just to conclude, we are talking about from the the interconnection between Portugal and Spain. They're talking about 750,000 tons of hydrogen per annum. It requires a budget of about 350 million euros in this complete interconnection, and for Barmar, 2,135,000 euros, which means million euros. It means that we really need support from the European Union to fund these investments, which are quite relevant for each of these countries that participate. H2Med project is a project that entails 5 TSOs at this moment, besides Ariane and GRTgaz, Enagas in Spain, Terrega as well in France, and OGE that recently joined this effort to build this corridor from the west, the most western parts of the European continent to the Central and North Europe. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for inviting us in Northern Lights to this by the EU as a PMI in the 6th PCI PMI list published yesterday. And this is the 3rd consecutive time that we are on that list, so great honor. Our project is promoted by 17 companies, over 7 countries in Europe, and 24 affiliates, totaling up to 34 million tons of CO2 by 2030. So as I mentioned initially, we are a service provider of transportation and storage capacity of liquefied CO2. And the objective is to contribute to the decarbonization of hard-to-abate industry over all of Europe. And we are actually the first, or the world's first, open source service to source these kind of services, meaning that transportation and storage of CO2 is open for all. To help kickstarting the project, Norwegian authorities subsidized the phase 1 of this project, totaling up to 1.5 million tons per annum of CO2, which expects to come in operation next year in 2024 by 3rd quarter. And the phase 2 includes building of ships to transport the CO2 from the capturing site up until the western coast of Norway, where we have built the receiving terminal for further transportation and deposit subsea in a well 2.5 kilometers below the seabed. So all the installation of the pipelines and the wells have been drilled, and the receiving terminal are 90% complete and is ready according to plan next year. So we are heading up for the phase 2, which is increasing the capacity from 1.5 million up into 5 million tons per annum. And that is to increase the onshore capacity mainly, but also potentially offshore capacity on the pipelines and the well. We need to demonstrate that this is a success, to reach the ambition of the greenhouse gases capacity by 2050. And for many emitters, the CCS is the only way to do this. And for us, the CCS is critical. And we are extremely proud to have the world's first solution ready for operation next year. And we are more than happy to learn or to give our learnings to other projects that are in pipeline to be matured as we move along. And as we see the project today, it's a foundation to build on further beyond the phase 2, as we see the need for further CO2 storage. Please.
So I think by now it became quite clear that all of us at this table here together, and more the four of us than the two of you, I'm sorry, the end aim is to create an overall CO2 ecosystem that allows the CO2 to travel from the emitter to a safe storage space, usually offshore, but that's maybe not the only option. And we all play a little part in that. My colleague here on the right is responsible for safe storage. What's the next step that we would need then, and that's where my project comes in, is obviously gathering and probably liquefaction. Otherwise, the CO2 will never actually reach the storage. So our project, Antwerp at Sea, is doing exactly that. For both the two founding companies, Fluxys and Air Liquide, Antwerp is a key hub, and Antwerp is obviously a very important industrial cluster, one of the biggest ones of Europe. And we wanted to create a solution that allows the hard-to-abate industry in the Antwerp harbor to store their CO2. Knowing that there were already storage solutions being developed, but still knowing that there was a step missing, and which is how to get there, so the gathering and the liquefaction. So that's exactly what Antwerp at Sea aims at. Antwerp at Sea aims at developing a storage solution and a gathering solution that allows emitters in the Antwerp harbor to capture their own CO2, then hand it over to the Antwerp at Sea installation. Those will gather it through a backbone, so they can inject in a pipeline that should not be too far from the emitters. And then it will be transported to the Antwerp at Sea terminal, where we clean it up and we will liquefy it, and then we can put it in ships. There will be a jetty, so that then the emitters can choose how to participate in the remainder of the ecosystem. So what to do with the CO2, which storage suppliers to use, which liquid suppliers. So the whole point is that we create as lowest possible in terms of cost, in terms of obstacles, solution for emitters to take action, to decarbonize themselves, and stay in operation. How do we do that? Well, we were all throwing a few numbers around, so I'll throw one or two around myself and see how many stick by the time you are the numbers of all four of us. So we intend to start with a liquefaction capacity of 2.5 million tons of CO2 per year with the kick-off customers. We intend to start the project execution and the construction by the middle of the year. And then, provided that things go as planned, usually they don't, but we will expand that solution up to 10 million tons per year. Right? So that means that in a window of another roughly, let's say 10 years, the entire Antwerp harbor should be able to submit the CO2 to us and use Antwerp at Sea as a window to the world of exporting the CO2 there where it can be stored most safely and at the lowest possible cost.
Thank you. So I want to start with highlighting just what you said. We have ambitious goals already for 2030, and 2030 is in almost 6 years, almost 2024. It's really, really quick. And how are we going to reach those ambitious goals? By implementing measures, carbon reducing measures that are cost effective and are time effective as well. And I know that CCS is one of those measures. Capturing CO2 can reduce carbon emissions in the industry very quickly in a very cost-effective manner. And that's also where Portals comes in and where CO2 transports come in. CO2 transports is a PCI collaboration between the Rotterdam and the Antwerp harbor, in which in the first phase Antwerp, as Antwerp at Sea is doing, is making a CO2 collection hub where the industries can deliver CO2 to the infrastructure and to make a CO2 collection hub in the Rotterdam harbor. And this CO2 collection hub in the Rotterdam harbor is called Portals. And we're very proud of it because just last month we took FID and we will build a onshore pipeline through the Rotterdam harbor area where a lot of very heavy industry is located. The Rotterdam harbor is the largest harbor in Europe and is a very concise and dense localized industry. So
there is a lot of CO2 being emitted there, and therefore a logical place to start capturing CO2 and harboring it somewhere deep under the ground. So we will build an onshore pipeline through the Rotterdam Harbor area and send an offshore pipeline towards an already existing offshore platform that was being used to produce natural gas. That offshore platform will be transformed, and in that same depleted gas field, we will store the CO2 that's being captured in the Rotterdam Harbor. We will store 2.5 megatons of CO2 each year, which is around 1.5% of the total Dutch emissions, to put it in perspective. And that's a lot. It's not everything, and I think my colleague on the left will tell a bit more about it, but it's a lot, and it's a major contributor to actually already reaching those goals of 2030. Because as I said, we took our positive final investment decision last month. We will start building in January. We aim to be operational in March of 2026, and then we'll just do it. We'll actually be reducing CO2 emissions, and that's what it's all about, I think, and that's what all of our projects are about. I'm very happy to be part of it.
Okay, so now for me then the task to wrap everything up. And let me indeed build on, not on the hydrogen, but build on the CCS projects that have just talked here. So I'm representing the Aramis project. It's a partnership of 2 private and 2 public companies, Shell and Total Energies, and the public companies EBN and Gasunie, who are actually also investors in the Portos project that Sietse just talked about, together with the Port of Rotterdam. And so CCS in the Netherlands, there's been talk about CCS, I think, since the early 2000s already. And now it's, as Sietse mentioned, it's really going to happen. What Aramis project will do is, in contrary to, for instance, a country like Belgium, Netherlands also has offshore storage capacity. So the Portos project will develop the first CO2 storage location, 2.5 megaton per year. But the Dutch offshore actually holds quite a lot of depleted gas fields, fields that are at the end of their production life, and in principle they would all have to be abandoned after you're done with the production. But we are seeing this opportunity for reusing that facility, reusing the storage capacity. So where does the storage capacity in the Netherlands sit? It's not as close to the Rotterdam Harbor as the Portos field, but the bulk of it sits about 200 kilometers north of the Rotterdam Harbor. So what the Aramis project is all about is bringing the CO2 from Rotterdam to that location where the bulk of the storage capacity sits. Shell and Total Energies, but also other offshore storage operators like Neptune Energy and Wintershall are actually actively looking at developing storage locations. Licenses have been submitted, are actually received by the Commission as well. And so what we can do with our project is really then build on what the Portos has started. Sietse didn't mention that, but the Portos backbone in the Rotterdam Harbor is actually dimensioned for 10 megatons per year. So it's actually larger than what the storage field can do. So we're working very closely together with the Portos project to use that overcapacity in the Rotterdam Harbor, which is about 7.5 megaton per annum, and provide an outlet for the 7.5 megaton of CO2 to bring to the storage locations, which are 200 kilometers up north. So what our project will also do, and that's another collaboration that we're in, and that links a bit more to the Northern Lights concept and the Antwerp Sea concept, is there will be an import terminal, a liquid import terminal, similar as the one that is being built in Northern Lights. It's at the moment will be developed by a consortium called CO2 Next, collaboration between Gasunie and Vopak. So they will actually be able to take in CO2, for instance, CO2 that could come from Antwerp. As long as there's no pipelines yet, and I think that is a viable option. And that will be initially constructed for about 5 megatons per year, also with the opportunity to scale up. So what the Aramis project will then do is we'll combine the liquid CO2 coming in by ship with what we call gaseous CO2 coming in by the pipeline from the Portos project, combine it, and send it to these fields. And therefore, we've designed our offshore pipeline to a capacity of over 20 megatons per year, 22 megatons per year. So this is really about, the projects are now starting, but about really growing it. We already have 4 or 5 active storage developers that are working on this. And yeah, we see a potential. Think about a pipeline of 20 megatons per year, maybe operated for 20 or 25 years, that we can actually store about 500 megatons of CO2 in total. So the Aramis project is, of course, a little bit less mature than Northern Lights and Porthos, but we have actually been working on it for, I would say, for the last 4.5 years. We are also just renewed our PCI status. We already have been a PCI for 2 years now. We've started our permitting process, and this week we will actually start our FEED study. So I guess a lot of exciting things happening, and yeah, this is all happening starting in the North Sea, but I think what we're setting up is a model, an open access model that allows different emitters to connect with different storages. That is something that can be expanded to the rest of Europe as well, hopefully shortly. Yeah, and we all, of course, try to really get all of this operational at a reasonable scale before 2030. So that's yeah, that's my contribution.
Thank you. Okay. Working?
Yeah.
No, it's working. You are all well in your, and probably have done all the background work you need with engineering, with financing, and what it might be. So let's start drilling in a little bit of what you have found out and what could be of importance, starting with financing, for example. Bearing in mind that the CEF funding has a total budget of 5.6 billion for a whole period. I heard already quite big numbers here in the panel. So how do you see the financing challenge, and does the current economic situation change to your projects or the costs? And how do you see, let's say, the public and private investors' collaboration or need of bringing in, let's say, additional capital from somewhere in this equation? You can start from this. Well, go ahead.
Does it work? Yeah. For Northern Lights, we are facing the same situation as all new builds these days. The cost is increasing, and the challenges, at least for the phase 2 for the Northern Lights project, is to build a bridge from the affordability in the market until the cost, which we see is increasing significantly. So Northern Lights is a privately owned company owned by Equinor, Total Energies, and Shell. And of course, we need to see some kind of affordability on their side on how this rate of return is to be met with respect to this expansion that we are planning to do as soon as possible.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Porthos, as Sander already mentioned, is a company, a project owned by 3 state-owned companies, EBN, GasUnie, and Port of Rotterdam. And that gives, of course, Porthos some kind of space to break the chicken and egg problem that exists. Sure, someone wants to capture CO2, but who's going to store it? Nevertheless, there needs to be a viable business case to actually make it work. And how are we going to make it work? Well, first of all, and that we are very grateful for it, is partly we're going to use the CEF subsidy that we received, 102 million euros. So that's a major part of our capex. However, we've also seen the same problems that all major projects have at the moment. The hyperinflation due to the war in Ukraine has also impacted us. So last month we took our final investment decision. It was a final investment decision of 1.3 billion euros, while at the start in 2019 we were looking at €500 million. So there have been some increases. Nevertheless, we look at our companies, our customers, 4 companies that we already have contracts with to, well, mostly finance also our CapEx investment. So we already have we already have contracts with Shell, ExxonMobil, Air Liquide, Air Products in the Rotterdam Harbor area. And it's also good to note that these customers have received a Dutch national subsidy guarantee called the SDE++ subsidy. It's a sort of, it's a bit more difficult, I'm not going to explain everything, it's sort of a contracts for difference kind of situation, which makes it more viable also for the customers to invest in a project such as Porthos, to also make those commitments. And due to these guarantees, both through the customers, through their subsidy, through the subsidies also from the European Commission, but also the clear and the commitment from the state-owned companies and the private companies to work on this project, we have made sure to make a viable business case. And we're very, very happy to do that because, as you have seen, last month, all our companies have had the security to actually go on.
Can I follow up just briefly for you before you move on? How much of the business case that you see among your customers comes from the carbon price or expected increase in the carbon price, and how much is more of strategic positioning of the market?
Yeah, so of course the carbon price is a major driver for CCS, and that it is it's an important, very important factor. I think it's a driver for many emitters to look at CCS, and it certainly helps, of course, but it doesn't take away that there's of course a lot of risks still from the companies, from the emitters to actually invest in a project such as Porthos. And that's why we're also so happy with the SDE++ subsidy scheme. So it gives a guarantee for those for our customers to actually go on with the project. And of course, we see a trend of CO2 of the CO2 price. We see it going up. Although last year we've seen that it stagnated a little bit. You never know what is going to happen. And I think therefore we should be very happy in the Netherlands, at least, with these SDE++ subsidies.
So I think there's good news and there's bad news. Let's start with that. I'll do the good news first. The good news is that most of the subsidies and support that we received while we're here as well make the project in the end possible, right? The Antwerp FC got close to 150 million euros of subsidies through CEF, and that is crucial in order to realize these things. So that's the good news. The bad news is twofold. One was already mentioned by some of the colleagues here, is that increasing cost. There's a difference between the moment you apply for your subsidy and the moment you spend it, usually because of the project development activities, of licensing, of design work, etc. And that usually implies a gap. That gap is usually manageable, but as said before, lately it has been extreme. If you also, like what our colleague from Porto said, the increase in cost that we saw from the start of the application till they're ready to make an FID is a big difference. So that's maybe bad news number one. And bad news number two is that in the end, the entire cost, not just in this case my project of Antwerp at PC, but the entire cost needs to be covered of the whole chain, right? So for an emitter, a random industrial company based, I'll take Antwerp as an example because that's where I'm active, needs to be able to afford capturing it, transporting it, liquefying it, transporting it again, and storing it. And ETS price levels, as they are right now, are not sufficient to cover that. They're also, if you look at the whole chain, even including support systems in place, it is difficult to cover it. And that's why you also see why, for example, projects in the Netherlands who have additional support mechanisms like the SDE+, which is not in other places of Europe applicable, are the ones that tend to run the fastest. So if you ask me from a financing point of view, I think we made great steps. But if we want to realize more of these type of projects, then we need to have another look to close the gaps that I just mentioned.
Okay. Also, I have also good news and bad news. Start with, we're sorry we will not bring any CO2 molecule for your project. We are TSOs. It means that from the early hours of the day until we go to bed, security of supply for us is a completely mandatory objective. So, as we are TSOs, we are aiming infrastructures that really builds up across all Europe a means to have full access for everybody for energy. So we are talking about energy here. It means that our infrastructures are actually all of us, because it is not a good or something that we like to do. If we are going really to do decarbonization in Europe, we need grids. No grids, no renewables, no decarbonization. That's a bold statement, but it's the fact. We can argue that these projects are capex intensive, of course they are. But at the end of the day, they will benefit the entire European Union. And the funding of those projects really demands a support, a huge support from all of us. Because these projects are really aiming the core of energy independence of Europe. And if Europe really wants to be independent, energy-wise, and at the same time decarbonize all the industry and targeting as soon as possible a carbon-free or carbon-neutral in our own activities, we need backbones, we need really very strong and trans-European infrastructures. This H2Med project implies a corridor that really wants to bring green hydrogen as an energy vector for the entire Europe utilization. And this requires intensive funding. And our projects are actually your project as well. Without these projects, I find it very, very difficult to have reaching the goals that Europe wants to by 2030 or even by 2035, whatever timing we are aiming for. But again, if you don't have these infrastructures, we might going to work on very, dispersed hubs with no efficiency, and it will not bring together every single consumer and possible producers for energy. We are talking about actually a public infrastructure. We are concessionaires. We are not, private companies that aiming only these particular self-business. Of course, we are private companies. We really need funding support to allow building these projects that really have a huge benefit for the European Union. And for that, with no funding from the European Union, I find it very difficult to do a single kilometer of these projects.
Probably to complete on a more positive note, I see that actually some countries like Germany and the Netherlands have already started to put in place support scheme for hydrogen infrastructure. I know that the Netherlands are already starting, they have already taken FID, so they have already an ambition to build, I think, about 1,200 kilometers of network by 2030. So it shows that actually everybody is committed, the market, so industrial consumers, the producers, the public authorities, and the TSOs. So the German example also that aims to have their care nets by 2030, 2032 is also another example of support scheme. I believe that the Commission that has an action plan for grids next year that will include actually also CO2 and H2 infrastructure. That's a topic we need to cover. Indeed, it will be all about going from targets to investments. We know this is a huge challenge, but actually, I think it's timely actually to start to look at that. And again, the H2 bank is also another instrument that could be used. At this stage, logistics have not been included in this scheme. That's probably a way also to bridge some funding gap. So I'm rather optimistic on our capability to solve this funding gap, should it be for investment, but also for commercial operations.
Maybe a follow-up on that. So we are, of course, all trying to look into a crystal ball and to figure out how quickly the offtake, how quickly the industries are going to build up capacities for various solutions. So for hydrogen, so how much of a difference does it make for your business case how quickly the industry, even if it's in Germany, builds up this demand for hydrogen? Is your project very sensitive to the speed of uptake at the demand side?
For you to have an idea, we found this project so relevant that we even put this project, well, at least the Portuguese ones, at our national development plan. So in the early stages of this effort, we have put both projects within our 10-year development plan, which is a sign of the interest and, of course, the required procedure that we have to follow. We really need the support for funding because the today's investment, for instance, in Portugal, are really lower than the one needs for these infrastructures. So we, of course, will do whatever we can for the studies phase that we are, already making. But at one point, for the construction phase, we really need to make a decision. And for that decision, we need to find how to cover the funding gap. And for that, we are expecting the support for the CEF mechanism to allow the TSOs to build this infrastructure. I think this is true for Portugal, but it's also true for Spain, and namely for Barmar and France as well, because the investment, the capex value is really very high for our own business, although it might be in the range that for the benefits that we are aiming with this project can be reasonably attended by the European funding.
Right. Okay,
Can I say something about timing?
I just pick up one good news from what I just heard, and it is that you seem really committed to do the pipeline. So that's a message to the industry. Start your projects for the offtake. Okay, here we go.
No, so now, of course, I'm talking about CO2 project. Your question was about hydrogen, but I think we can make a parallel there. These are complex, very large projects with a lot of novelty in there. Although maybe all the CCS technologies individually exist, but putting it all together and making it a working value chain has actually never really been done before. And I've been working on this project for 5 years. I think some people have actually already been working on these CCS projects maybe even longer. And we still don't have them on stream. Northern Lights is mature, Portals is next. Maybe Aramis is I would say, one of the other sort of mature projects that actually also really connect the store. And if any part of that value chain doesn't work, then the whole project doesn't work. So the storage part, and that's why it's really good that now also storage is part of 10E, and under the 6th list, also the projects that will deliver the store infrastructure also have now the opportunity to look at funding. But I think what is really important to understand is that just maturing a project and developing a store is actually something that takes a lot of time. And Sietse just mentioned that before as well. 2030 is actually, it's almost like tomorrow. And of course we want to scale this up. Net Zero Industry Act talks about 50 megaton by 2050. And then that only works if you have projects. And for instance, our project is building a 20 megaton per annum pipeline. But we don't have sight on customers for 20 megaton yet. Of course, we all see it's important. But in the end, even if you're a private or a public company, you also have investment decisions. You have to do diligence. Your management also has to support. So the 5.8 billion euros that is available in that 5 or 6 year period, that is great. I think a lot of projects are, especially in the CCS and the hydrogen space, are not actually that mature yet to eat up all that money. But if we really want to use that scale that we all talk about, and that was just talked about in the financing discussion downstairs as well, in 2030 we really want to be there, then it's an order of magnitude of different funding that will be required to deliver all these projects. That's my.
Okay. So you are all quite mature, if you put it that way, in projects in relative terms. Let's discuss a little bit of innovation. So what is the role of innovation in getting you where you are now? Both what you do, but also maybe what your customers do to capture the CO2. Is that something that will be a benefit for you as a first mover? Can you capitalize on that? Or can Europe have a benefit of having the first movers in this space, CO2 or hydrogen as well? What is your? Do you still see the need for further innovation, and what are your biggest challenges in that space?
Okay, for the hydrogen, one of the challenges that we have right now, because some of our backbones are built on existing natural gas infrastructure, is actually to see what is needed to make fully compliant with 100% hydrogen. The steel behaves differently with these kind of molecules, and even the underground storages as well. Of course, new infrastructures, we will build them already fully compliant with hydrogen. But repurposing is a challenge for technical wise and as well for the sequence that we have to do. We are making studies and testing to certify these infrastructures as well for 100% hydrogen. This is one of the challenges in terms of R&D, but at this moment is already very mature. We really know what is needed for the compliance with, for 100% hydrogen. We have to make this scheduling in a very smooth way. The technical challenges for these projects really depends on specificity of those projects. For instance, for Barmar, one of the challenges is the water dip, which is, you know, crossing the Mediterranean is not an easy thing to do, but there are already surveys making for the routing, and those challenges, I believe, they are going to be technically overcome in the short term. For the other part of the value chain, production, there is already technologies available to produce hydrogen, and of course, at the end side, we have in certain customers to go further on the compliance and retrofit of those equipments for 100% hydrogen, whilst aiming for new products, new equipment that could be built from the scratch using 100% hydrogen.
I think the question of innovation is an interesting one. And I think there are two elements that I would like to address. The second one is technical innovation. So I'll get to that, because most of the time when we talk about innovation, people think about engineers with big drawing boards of complicated computer simulations, or even people in white lab coats, right? That's the technical innovation. I'll get to that. But my first point in terms of innovation is mostly it is not technical here. Everything is a first of its kind, yes. I think everything all of us do is a first of its kind. I know for a fact that the compressors I need to build to run my liquefaction terminal are the biggest Air Liquide has ever done, and I think they're the biggest CO2 liquefaction compressors in the world. I'm not 100% sure, but if you have an opposing data point, please share it with me. But the real point where innovation applies here is how we work together. Those of us who have their background in either public initiatives or in private companies have a way of working. And most of us are used to doing it ourselves. Sometimes we throw a little joint venture in, but that is about it. And now we are setting up this ecosystem, and that ecosystem needs game rules, right? We need to know what sort of spec to use. We need to know, suppose one of the spec is not correct, how do we charge the person that causes that? Or suppose somebody supplies or doesn't supply in time or early or late. And all this cooperation, both in realizing the projects, but also in how we apply the ecosystem, is completely new. And developing the rules, and also maybe the guiding principles that can be either business rules, but also maybe legislation, depending on what you're talking about. I think that is one of the biggest challenges that we're going to face. Because if it doesn't work, then the whole system crashes down. I had a discussion with one of the gentlemen here yesterday, where the point was, if we have a set of rules that generates the overall best way of running it, and as such the overall lowest cost for everybody who participates in the ecosystem, does not mean that every individual participant has the lowest cost. Because if every individual participant in the ecosystem goes to the lowest cost, then probably the overall ecosystem costs more. Because unfortunately, mathematics or people working together work like that. So that's my first point. Innovation in how we cooperate, in how we work together. Second point, when it comes to technical innovation, is a bit shorter. I think that if we really need technical innovation to get certain things done, right now we are a bit late. Because there is a time lag between developing something new, a new type of compressor, a new type of making hydrogen, a new type of liquefying CO2. There's always a lag between doing that and being able to apply it at scale. And normally we should move to a situation, if we want to meet our own goals, whatever those are, we should use as much as possible that what we already have, but maybe combine it, stretch it a bit, use it in a new way, but don't do something completely new. Because to be honest, I will be struggling to justifying for myself to spend public money to set up an ecosystem based upon inventions that yet to be done and from which I don't know whether they actually would work or not.
Fair enough. Yep.
Yeah. So thanks. I really like the splitting it up in the sort of the technical and the non-technical challenges. I think in Aramis project, what we're seeing is, of course, we are already doing that scale up, whereas the first project, Portos project, is actually not even injecting. So maybe just one specific example of an innovation that is probably very far away from what people are typically used to work with here, is actually storing CO2 in a reservoir underneath the ground. We actually can't see the underground, so there's a lot of uncertainties, a lot of modeling, and actually we only really find out once we actually inject. What typically the CCS projects that are out there in the world, they are injecting CO2 in what we call aquifers, saline bearing water layers. What the novelty is that we see in Portos and as well as in Aramis is that we're using existing gas fields that have been developed maybe 30, 40, 50 years ago. So there's a lot of wells in there. And CO2 also behaves as a different fluid than the typical hydrogen or natural gas. So there's challenges that come with actually just reusing these fields, CO2 that changes in phase from liquid to gas, and how you actually deal with that. So that's a lot of innovation happening there in many of these companies that are developing stores. So that's on the technical side, and I really echo the sort of the non-technical, or maybe you could call it commercial, actually the business model and how you actually run that. I think Aramis is an example whereby we have a very broken up value chain. The stores are developed by parties. Aramis develops the infrastructure. We're working together with Portos, with CO2 Next, and import terminal, but behind that you have the export terminals, and behind that you have all the emitters, and they're all different companies. And in the end, a system only works if everything works. So yeah, really good to bring that up, and I really wanted to echo that to this community as well.
Very interesting. Very good that we had also non-technical innovation coming up. Maybe there is something where we could bring EU stakeholders more together and work together on that. Could be an idea.
Maybe I want to add one slight thing also on the technical part again, so not non-technical, but it's also very important. I really want to highlight just what you said. So there are a lot of innovations that still have to be made, of course, but there is also a lot that we can already do. And as you mentioned earlier, several parts in the value chain have already been discovered, are already being done in the CO2 value chain. And for example, for Portos, also in the Netherlands, CO2 capture, of course, Portos is not going to capture the CO2, our customers are going to do that, but capturing of CO2 is already happening quite a bit in the Netherlands. And we are already delivering it through CO2 pipelines to greenhouses in the Netherlands. So we know the technologies, yes, in different phases and scale, but we know the technologies. And yes, there's still a lot to discover while injecting CO2, but we have been exploiting those gas reservoirs for years and years, so we know those gas reservoirs, and we have companies with a lot of knowledge on it. So yes, innovations, scale-ups have to happen, but it should not be, it should really be highlighted that we already know a lot, and that's why we are taking these decisions that we have taken already. Because if the risks were too high, we would not be investing public money in it. I really think that's important to highlight.
Very good. We are getting towards the end of the panel, but I would leave you maybe with one question, open question. So you can take 1 minute to tell us what is the one message or wish that you would like to convene to what will be done next year in Commission and elsewhere. So feel free to have a very open wish list there, but not very long.
Well, I don't have the microphone, but I don't think I need it. Just to say, we are ready. We are doing as mandates by our governments for this strategy. At this moment, we dominate the transport technology to do that. And if we do not do this, it might be a missed opportunity for Europe.
I know that Christmas is approaching, and I'm not going to be very innovative, but indeed, we probably need to think about aligning the level of safe funds that are going to be available with the ambition we have in terms of network development.
For Northern Lights, the phase 2 is the main objective for next year and going forward. So what's the market going to look like, both with respect to the cost development and the support that we receive from the EU or from the market itself.
So my main objective is to start building this beautiful terminal that you see behind me. But your question was the wish list, right? So if I would have a wish list, then I would say some sort of contract for difference mechanism that we roll out all over Europe, the way the SDE Plus system is being applied in the Netherlands at the moment, which would guarantee growth for all our projects over the next 10 years.
Yes, so what we're going to do, of course, build, we're going to build it, so that's great. But as for the wishes, I think it's very important. Okay, CCS projects are maturing at the moment. Yeah, Portos is going to be built. Northern Lights is almost there. Now learn from those projects. What made Portos and Northern Lights? What made it a success? Well, we made concrete goals, set them into law, gave companies assurance that they have to reduce CO2. Keep on doing that. What made it a success? The SDE++ subsidy. Do something with that. What was a risk for Portos? The nature permits. We were delayed by 2 years because we had a lot of trouble gaining those nature permits. Perhaps sort of exemptions could be made for CO2 infrastructure. Learn the lessons that we have already learned, because we can already learn lessons from the projects that exist. And that's very important.
Okay, so now I'm last. A lot of things already said. I think earlier this year we had, I think, a very good session hosted by DG Klima, DG Enner, about getting CCS projects off the ground. And again, wanted to reiterate that is a whole value chain from emitter to store. If one part of that value chain doesn't work, the whole thing doesn't work. So it's nice you can put subsidies, innovation fund, or maybe CEF to a part of the value chain, but if other parts of the value chain don't work, all that subsidy is actually lost. So I think it's really a message to think about that whole value chain, making sure that that whole value chain works. And yeah, I can just ask about money. It's maybe a bit simple, but I think the funding is, until that market has not, it's not a what we call a liquid market yet. It's not an existing market. We really need to get that over that sort of that hump. And then, of course, ETS price will do its course. And if we then actually have these projects and people can learn from it, I think then we're set up for success.
Okay, thank you. That was a reasonably long wish list. Let's hope that we can do something with that over time. In any case, I thank you very much all of your interventions. It was very enlightening and interesting. And I wish you best luck with your projects. Thank you.
The Slovenian and Croatian electricity transmission system operators, ELIS and HOPS, have faced the challenge of overvoltage in some parts of the network. In addition, they perceived new challenges due to the growing share of energy produced from dispersed renewables. The Slovenian and Croatian electricity transmission system operators, they decided to find solutions to face the challenge of overvoltage in some parts of the network. Croatian electricity distribution system operators, SODO and HIP ODS, and initiated the first European project to introduce digitalization into the energy infrastructure, Synchro Grid. The partners integrated already established technologies into the Slovenian and Croatian electricity network in an innovative way. They installed 6 compensation devices, 3 variable shunt reactors, 2 static VAR compensators, and a mechanically switched capacitor with damping network. With those devices, they achieved the voltage profile control and the possibility of voltage regulation in the electricity systems of both Slovenia and Croatia. To increase the flexibility of active power and thus the reliability of the system operation, 2 battery energy storage systems were installed. The dynamic line rating system calculates the dynamic thermal limits of transmission lines for operation in real time and short-term forecast. based on improved DLR algorithms and models. ELIS and HOPS utilize results to improve the safety of operation and the transmission capacity of the network. This way, the existing infrastructure is utilized in the most efficient way. In both national control centers, a joint application was installed, forming a unique cross-border virtual control center. This is the first case in Europe where neighboring transmission system operators have joined forces in regulating and optimizing the voltage in their networks. Joint integration of devices has increased the economic efficiency of the investment and has also had a positive impact on the networks of neighboring countries.
ELMED is the name of the energy bridge between Italy and Tunisia, currently being developed by Terna and Steg to link the two vast electricity systems of Europe and North Africa. This energy interconnection and the integration of renewables to the grid are crucial to ensuring an integrated Euro-Mediterranean electricity system. The line will have an output capacity of 600 megawatts and will connect the electrical substation of Partanna in Trapani, Sicily, with the corresponding substation in Mlabi, Tunisia. Close attention to the landscape and sustainability are the cornerstones of the project, which combines technical solutions with a low environmental impact. On the Italian side, from the landing site in Castelvetrano, the underground power line will follow pre-existing roads for 18 kilometers. It will then reach Partanna, where the new converter substation will be built near to the existing electrical substation. The undersea section of the line involves laying a cable at a depth of around 800 meters, which will be extended for approximately 200 kilometers. On the Tunisian coast, an underground cable will run for around 6 kilometers from the landing site in the municipality of Kelibia Mlabi to reach the new Mlabi converter substation, Menzel Timime. Recognized for its strategic importance and common European interest, the ELMED project secured a grant of 307 million euros from the CEF Connecting Europe facility in 2022. This represents the first time that EU funds have been allocated to a member state of the European Union and a third country for the joint development of an infrastructure project.
major steps need to be taken to reach the CO2 reduction targets for 2030 as laid down in the Dutch National Climate Agreement and the European Union's Green Deal. Capturing and storing CO2 underground can help reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere to reach these goals. Aramis aims to make a significant contribution to the energy transition. Aramis will provide CO2 transport to unlock storage for industries who have difficulty in reducing their CO2 emissions, such as steel, chemicals, cement, refineries, and waste incinerators. The captured CO2 will be transported via pipelines or ships to the CO2 collection hub. The hub consists of the Connect terminal and Aramis facilities. Connect is an independent terminal for the reception, temporary storage, and delivery of liquid CO2 in the harbour of Rotterdam. The terminal will be connected to the Aramis infrastructure. From the hub, the CO2 will be transported by Aramis's offshore pipeline to the platforms at sea. The pipeline will be designed to allow for additional industrial customers and storage fields to be added incrementally in the future. The CO2 will arrive at the offshore platforms where it is injected via wells into depleted gas fields to be permanently stored 3 to 4 kilometers below the seabed. The Aramis project aims to create synergies between carbon capture and storage projects in the Netherlands and realize infrastructure that can serve more industrial clusters to support their transition towards more sustainable production processes.
Electricity is the key to dynamic development of society, and we cannot even imagine what a life without it would be. There are significant changes in the energy sector, which means higher demands on the capacity and stability of the energy network. That is why we are already planning for decades to come. Our goals are mainly sustainability and environmental protection, support for renewable energy sources, development of electromobility, technological readiness for the involvement of other entities in the energy market, and integration of new technological trends. In addition, our long-term vision is to achieve more significant network integration between the Czech Republic and Slovakia through cross-border cooperation. That's it for our goals. Now, let us introduce ourselves. We are EGD and Západoslovenska Distribučná. We are operators of energy distribution systems. For a long time, we've been following trends in our field, which is the reason why we have prepared the ACON Smart Grid Cross-Border Cooperation Project. The European Commission has repeatedly included ACON among the so-called Projects of the Common Interest, PCI for short, which interconnect energy systems of members of the European Union. European support for ACON is more than 90 million euro. It is half of the total 180 million euro we plan to invest. What exactly are smart grids? They're grids that allow modern and intelligent management of the flow of energy in real time. The construction of intelligent networks is the cornerstone of the ACON project. First, we plan to modernize the existing distribution routes. We want to equip them with intelligent components that enable, for example, detailed analysis of the energy flow, data collection and analysis, remote control, or mutual communication between the distributor and the customer, including active energy flow management. Everything is done in real time. We also want to build new lines, new power stations, and build hundreds of kilometers of optical networks. First, we'll create a more stable Czech-Slovak energy network with a larger capacity. We'll be able to prevent crises and outages because we can quickly find and eliminate the fault. We can also involve many renewable energy suppliers without threatening the stability of the network. Smart grids also anticipate future development of smart homes, smart neighborhoods, or cities, and will cope with the growing demands of electromobility. The project already started in 2018 and will continue till 2024. The main stakeholders are EGD, joint stock company, and Západoslovenská distribučná joint stock company, supported by the operators of the National Transmission Systems, CHEPS, and SEPS. You can find all the news about the realization on our website, www.acon-smartgrids.com.
Acon Smart Grids je mezinárodní projekt dvou provozovatelů distribučních soustav. V České republice to je EGD a na Slovensku Západoslovenská distribučná. Také je podporován společností CHEPS a SEPS. Zkratka Acon znamená Again Connected Networks a tento projekt odstartoval v roce 2018. Je spolufinancován Evropskou unií a jeho hodnota je 270 milionů eur. Proč něco takového děláme? Protože jsme přesvědčeni, že budování inteligentních sítí a instalace chytrých komunikačních prvků zajistí kvalitní dodávku elektřiny, zvýší bezpečnost a spolehlivost distribuční sítě a tím poroste i komfort pro koncové zákazníky. Také se snažíme maximálně připravit na výzvy spojené s energetickou tranzicí a plány Evropské unie. Jedním z matatelných výsledků projektu Acon je tato transformovna v Prdonicích. Pole rozvodny jsme rozšířili, přivedli nový potah a navýšili jsme přeshraniční přenosovou kapacitu. Díky tomu je síť při nečekaných situacích i plánovaných odstávkách stabilnější. Důkazem bylo tornádo v červnu 2021, kdy byly dodávky elektřiny zachovány jen díky mezinárodní spolupráci a výpomoci. Jsme přesvědčeni, že podobné projekty mají smysl.
A pomáhajú energiám dávať správny smer. Na takmer 1,6 hektároch pôvodne zelenej lúky v katastri obce Kuklov vyrastá nová elektrická stanica s pracovným názvom Borský Svätý Jur. Jedná sa o najväčšiu stavbu v rámci projektu Acon. Jej hodnota je takmer 11 miliónov eur a táto elektrická stanica bola v tejto lokalite dlhodobo plánovaná, avšak až finančná podpora z Európskej únie umožnila jej realizáciu. Stavenisko bolo zhotoviteľovi odovzdané v apríli roku 2021 a zaradenie novovybudovanej stanice do distribučnej siete je naplánované na koniec roka 2022. Elektrická stanica Borský Svätý Jur výrazne prispeje k posilneniu regionálnej energetickej bezpečnosti na Záhorí, vyrieši dlhodobé problémy s veľkými úbytkami napätia na 22 kV vedeniach. Súčasťou aktivity je takisto rozsiahle nasadzovanie smart technológií potrebných pre dosahovanie energetických cieľov Európskej únie a Slovenskej republiky, najmä energetickej efektívnosti, flexibility, rozvoja obnoviteľných zdrojov energie a nízkouhlíkového hospodárstva. Vybudovanie elektrickej stanice Borský Svätý Jur takisto výrazne prispeje k podpore regionálneho podnikania a zamestnanosti. Hlavným benefitom projektu je posilnenie integrácie českého a slovenského trhu s elektrinou, zvýšenie konkurencieschopnosti v regióne, zabezpečenie adekvátnej kvality, bezpečnosti a spoľahlivosti dodávok elektrickej energie. Projekt Acon je projektom spoločného záujmu, ktorý sa stal prvým PCI projektom v oblasti inteligentných sietí, realizovaným výlučne distribučnými spoločnosťami v regióne Strednej a Východnej Európe, ktorému bol udelený grant. Celková hodnota projektu je viac ako 180 miliónov eur, z ktorých Acon získal jedno z historicky najvyšších kofinancovaní vo výške 50%, to je z 91,2 milióna eur.
The Danube InGrid project is a project of common interest of the European Commission. The project promoters are Západoslovenská distribučná AS, Slovak DSO, EON Észak-Dunántúli Áramhálózati ZRT, Hungarian DSO, and Slovenská elektrizačná prenosová sústava AS, the Slovak TSO. Movír ZRT, the Hungarian TSO, is a supporting member. The Danube InGrid project is co-financed by the Connecting Europe facility of the European Union. The purpose of the Danube InGrid project is to strengthen interaction and integration between Slovak and Hungarian electricity markets. Danube InGrid plans to integrate more renewables to the distribution grid by the application of smart technologies and manage them in a smarter way, along with keeping the security and high quality of supply for electricity consumers in the Central Eastern European region. The main benefit is to provide better and economically more efficient delivery of services for the strategic industrial areas and final consumers of both countries. This is enabled by the installation of new substations and the modernization and smartification of the existing infrastructure. In addition, one of the main streams of the project is to adopt smart grid technologies both internally and on a cross-border level, using ICT technologies for the evolvement of modern energy infrastructure by intelligent monitoring and remote control of distribution networks. The project places particular emphasis on intelligent monitoring and management of the distribution network, and on involvement of network users in the management of their consumption and/or generation, which is allowed by the implementation of the mentioned smart solutions and devices. The Danube InGrid project will further increase market integration and cooperation, and ensures valuable knowledge sharing among the member states concerned.
Teljesen automatizált, távolról irányítható új transformátor állomást létesített Kisbéren az EON Hungária csoport a Danube InGrid áramhálózat fejlesztési projekt keretében.
Ez az állomás azzal a céllal épült, hogy a környéknek az energiabiztonságát, illetve a fogyasztói igényeket minél jobban ki tudja szolgálni, és lehetőséget teremtsen arra, hogy egyre több megújulót tudjunk csatlakoztatni a térségben.
Az 1,5 milliárd forint összköltségű beruházás során alkalmazott modern technológia egy esetleges üzemzavar esetén gyorsabb hiba elhárításra ad lehetőséget. Emellett javul a környék energiaellátásának minősége is, melyet az ipari létesítmények mellett az a több mint 4000 család is érzékelni fog, akiket az EON innen lát el energiával.
Mint minden településnek nagyon fontos számunkra is a fenntarthatóság. Egyre inkább előtérbe kerülnek azok a szempontok, amelyek a környezetvédelmet, a megújuló energiákat helyezik előtérbe.
A fejlesztési program révén több napelemes rendszert lehet majd a hálózatra csatlakoztatni, és a növekvő energiaigényekre is választ ad.
Én azt gondolom, ez egy nagyon előremutató projekt, különös tekintettel arra, hogy nem csak egy ország a résztvevője, hanem itt szomszédos Szlovákiával együtt halad ez a projekt.
Az EON Hungária csoport további beruházásokat tervez az Észak-Dunántúlon a program keretében. 2 új nagy feszültségű távvezeték épült több mint 100 km hosszan, illetve további zöldmezős beruházások és alállomás bővítések indulnak Zirc, Lepsény, Szombathely, Várpalota, Veszprém-Varsány, valamint Répcelag településeken. A fejlesztések célja, hogy intelligens technológiákat alkalmazva a jövő áramhálózata épüljön ki a térségben. A Danube InGrid határon átnyúló intelligens hálózati projektet az Európai Unió támogatja.
Depogaz este cel mai mare operator de magazinare din România. El are în portofoliu 5 depozite. Unul din cele 5 depozite este depozitul Bilciurești, care este depozitul cel mai mare din România. El astăzi este operat la o capacitate de magazinare de 1.310 normal metri cub de gaze, cu o capacitate de injecție de 10-12 milioane normal metri cub de gaze pe zi și o capacitate de extracție la 14 milioane de normal metri cub pe zi. Depozitul Bilciurești este situat pe area județului Dâmbovița, are în structura lui organizatorică 60 de sonde cu facilitățile și instalațiile tehnologice necesare pentru exploatare. În acest moment, în proiectul Bilciurești, suntem într-o dinamică de dezvoltare, capacității de la 14 la 20 de milioane. Prima fază pentru mărirea capacității la 14 la 20 de milioane deja a fost finalizată, urmând faza a doua, pentru care Depogaz a accesat fonduri europene în valoare de 38 de milioane de euro, astfel încât să putem ajunge la capacitatea de extracție de 20 de milioane de normal metri cub pe zi. În acest moment, dezvoltarea depozitului înseamnă o serie de lucrări care se vor executa. Primele lucrări care vor fi executate este realizarea unui colector de legătură între Bilciurești și Butimanu pentru a putea prelua surplusul de capacitate la 14 la 20 de milioane, un colector care este calibrat pentru 150 de bari, de asemenea modernizarea sondelor care înseamnă inima depozitului, 39 de sonde din cele 60 de sonde care operează pentru a putea ridica caracteristicile lui geologice și pentru a răspunde cerințelor noi pentru care depozitul este construit. Depozitul Bilciurești este un depozit care își are o importanță strategică foarte mare. Această importanță strategică este dată din faptul că este în nodul tehnologic Moșu, unde avem o legătură strânsă cu operatorul Transgaz și de unde putem prelua și, de asemenea, da cantitățile de gaz pentru a putea asigura o stabilitate și o funcționare optimă a sistemului național de transport. Depozitul Bilciurești joacă un rol important și în piața est-europeană. Aici el își arată rolul prin asigurarea unor cantități pentru exportul în Bulgaria, pentru exportul către Ungaria, știind că sistemul național de transport deja este interconectat cu aceste două țări.
The Connecting Europe Facility for Energy, The European Union's objective to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 is at the heart of the European Green Deal and the Repower EU plan. This calls for profound changes in the energy sector. Europe needs a well-integrated, competitive, and decarbonized energy market that secures energy supply. The Connecting Europe Facility for Energy is an EU funding instrument providing grants to energy infrastructure projects to realize these goals, supporting investments in building, developing, and modernizing cross-border energy infrastructure. For 10 years, the aim of the program has been to support projects of common interest, PCIs, in the fields of electricity, gas, smart grids, and CO2 networks. As of 2024, the program also covers new project categories, such as offshore electricity grids, hydrogen infrastructure, and smart gas grids, which strengthens the drive to decarbonization. The Connecting Europe Facility for Energy also supports renewable energy projects. It focuses specifically on cross-border cooperation and supports renewable energy projects developed jointly by European countries, covering offshore wind, district heating, and solar energy, among others. The Connecting Europe Facility for Energy has so far invested 6.3 billion euros in more than 160 projects, and it plans to invest more than 3 billion euros by 2027. CINEA, the European Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, has been entrusted by the European Commission with the management of the Connecting Europe Facility for Energy and Transport. Follow us for more information on our projects and on funding opportunities.
Електроенергиен системен оператор ЕСО е компанията, която управлява електроенергийната система на Република България и съвместната й работа с електроенергийните системи на страните от континентална Европа. ЕСО поддържа баланса между производството и потреблението на електроенергия всяка секунда, 24 часа в денонощието, 7 дни в седмицата и 365 дни в годината. Компанията управлява, експлоатира и поддържа 15 384 км електропроводи, 297 подстанции и 9 400 киловолтови междусистемни електропровода, свързващи България с съседните страни. ЕСО използва най-съвременни автоматизирани системи и иновативни технологични решения, поддържани и развивани от високо квалифициран и постоянно усъвършенстващ се екип.
Към този момент в страната се реализират 5 проекта от общ европейски интерес, които представляват над 465 км електропровод 400 кВ, както и разширението на 4 системни подстанции. Такава амбициозна програма за разширението на електропреносната мрежа не е реализирана през последните 40 години в страната.
Свързаната трансевропейска електроенергийна инфраструктура е в основата на новата Европейска зелена сделка. Чрез изпълнението на 4 електроенергийни коридора, включващи 100 електропровода със статут на проекти от общ европейски интерес, Европейската комисия постави основите за завършване на общ енергиен пазар, повишаване дела на чистата енергия и конкурентни цени на електроенергията за всички граждани на Европа. ЕСО изпълнява 5 от тези проекти с общо европейско значение, като строителството на 3 от тях се финансира от Механизма за свързване на Европа. Първият от тях е изграждането на новата въздушна електропроводна линия, свързваща подстанция Варна с подстанция Бургас, с обща дължина 86 км и капацитет 1500 мегавата. Проектът се осъществява като част от коридора Черно море между България и Румъния, включващ и 2 електропровода на румънска територия, и ще доведе до значително повишаване на капацитета за пренос на електроенергия в направлението север-юг в региона. региона. По този начин ще се подпомогне обединението на електроенергийните пазари и по-пълното интегриране на енергията от възобновяеми източници. Трасето на електропровода минава през едни от най-красивите и същевременно трудно достъпни и тежки планински терени в източна България, на териториите на 10 общини.
Основните трудности, свързани с изграждането на трасето, бяха изключително тежкия пресечен терен, преминаващ през планински и гористи местности, за което бе нужно осигуряване на тежка проходима механизация и високо квалифициран персонал.
Строителството на електропровода стартира през ноември 2018 година със съоръженията за присъединяването му в подстанция Бургас. Направата на изкопи за фундаментите на електропровода, изправянето на стълбовете и изтеглянето на проводниците и мълниезащитните въжета стартират през месец юни 2019 година. Електропроводът ще бъде въведен в експлоатация в началото на 2021 година. Останалите проекти са част от група за увеличаване на капацитета за пренос на електроенергия между България и Гърция. Електропроводът между подстанция Марица Изток и подстанция Бургас е с дължина 150 км и капацитет 1500 мегавата. Трасето преминава през териториите на 8 общини. Изправени са 453 стълба и е изтеглен приблизително 1200 км проводник.
Въздушната електропроводна линия 400 кВ Сан Стефано е връзка между подстанция Марица Изток и подстанция Бургас. Тя преминава през землището на две големи административни области. Това са Бургас и Стара Загора. За изграждането на обект от такъв мащаб е необходимо да се постигне много добър синхрон между логистика, механизация и изпълнителски персонал. При така голяма и мащабна група много е важно да се спазят всички мерки за безопасност на работа и това е едно от основните неща, които са ни водили по време на изграждането на обекта.
Подстанция Марица Изток е най-голямата системна подстанция на ЕСО ЕАД. Към нея поетапно ще се присъединят 4 от 5 проекта от общ интерес. Строителството на съоръженията за присъединяване стартират през февруари 2020 година. Доставят се съоръжения и оборудване и се изпълняват строително-монтажни работи за разширение и реконструкция на откритата разпределителна уредба на подстанцията.
По изграждането на далекопроводите и част от подстанцията разчитаме изцяло на местната заетост, което ни позволи в тежките месеци на извънредното положение да запазим икономическата стабилност както в нашите компании, така и в региона. Искрено се радваме, че нашата държава също се направи такава огромна инвестиция, която да позволи на енергийната система да бъде по-гъвкава, по-стабилна и по-сигурна за нас, за бъдещите поколения.
Новата въздушна електропроводна линия за напрежение 400 кВ, свързваща подстанция Марица Изток с подстанция Неа Санта в Гърция, е с дължина 151 км, от които 122 км или повече от 2/3 са на българска територия. Затова и строителството започва от българския участък. Трасето на българска територия преминава през общините Симеоновград, Хасково, Кърджали, Момчилград и Кирково. Все територии, известни с древната си история и наличието на представители на защитени видове диви птици. Затова, както и на останалите електропроводи, и тук се монтират специални устройства за защита на птиците.
Трасето на електропровода преминава през източните Родопи, където е наситено с археология. Изкопните работи се извършват под постоянно наблюдение на археолозите.
5 електропровода предстои да бъдат въведени в експлоатация поетапно от 2021 до началото на 2023 година. Автоматизираните системи за диспетчерско управление вече се настройват за въвеждане в експлоатация на електропроводите.
Системите с диспетчерско управление вече са подготвени да посрещнат новите електропроводи, които значително ще увеличат преносните способности в района на Югоизточна Европа, както и преносната способност в цялата синхронна зона на континентална Европа.
ЕСО изпълнява всички проекти с финансовата подкрепа на Европейския съюз, чрез механизма за свързване на Европа.
The Innovation and Networks Executive Agency has been working in partnership with the Bulgarian electricity system operator since 2014. Through the Connecting Europe Facility funding instrument, INEA has financially supported studies and works for 5 electricity projects of common interest, such as the new lines between Dobruja, Burgas, Maritsa East and the border with Greece, for a total EU funding of around 88 million euros. I would like to thank and congratulate our beneficiary electricity system operator, its management and the entire team for the remarkable results achieved so far. All projects are managed efficiently despite the challenging conditions. INEA is committed to continuing our excellent cooperation with ESO to have a successful and timely completion of the electricity PCIs in Bulgaria.
Съвместните изчисления на ЕСО и операторите на Румъния и Гърция показват, че към 2025 година проектите ще доведат годишно до средно 48 милиона евро социално-икономически ползи за обществото. Ще намалят емисии на въглероден диоксид на стойност над 50 милиона евро и ще позволят интегрирането на над 13 500 мегаватт-часа възобновяема енергия. В по-дългосрочна перспектива, проектите ще имат все по-съществен принос към осъществяване на целите на новата европейска зелена сделка и преминаване към нови нискоемисионни източници на електроенергия. Изпълнява 5 от тези проекти с общо европейско значение, като строителството на 3 от тях се финансира от механизма за свързване на Европа. Първият от тях е изграждането на новата въздушна електропроводна линия, свързваща подстанция Варна с подстанция Бургас, с обща дължина 86 км и капацитет 1500 мегавата. Проектът се осъществява като част от коридора Черно море между България и Румъния, включващ и 2 електропровода на румънска територия и ще доведе до значително повишаване на капацитета за пренос на електроенергия в направлението север-юг в региона. По този начин ще се подпомогне обединението на електроенергийните пазари и по-пълното интегриране на енергията от възобновяеми източници. Трасето на електропровода минава през едни от най-красивите и същевременно трудно достъпни и тежки планински терени в източна България, на териториите на 10 общини.
Основните трудности, свързани с изграждането на трасето, бяха изключително тежкия пресечен терен, преминаващ през планински и гористи местности, за което бе нужно осигуряване на тежка проходима механизация и високо квалифициран персонал.
Строителството на електропровода стартира през ноември 2018 година със съоръженията за присъединяването му в подстанция Бургас. Направата на изкопи за фундаментите на електропровода, изправянето на стълбовете и изтеглянето на проводниците и мълниезащитните въжета стартират през месец юни 2019 година. Електропроводът ще бъде въведен в експлоатация в началото на 2021 година. Останалите проекти са част от група за увеличаване на капацитета за пренос на електроенергия между България и Гърция. Електропроводът между подстанция Марица Изток и подстанция Бургас е с дължина 150 км и капацитет 1500 мегавата. Трасето преминава през териториите на 8 общини. Изправени са 453 стълба и е изтеглен приблизително 1200 км проводник.
Въздушната електропроводна линия 400 кВ Сан Стефано е връзка между подстанция Марица Изток и подстанция Бургас. Тя преминава през землището на 2 големи административни области. Това са Бургас и Стара Загора. За изграждането на обект от такъв мащаб е необходимо да са постигне много добър синхрон между логистика, механизация и изпълнителски персонал. При така голяма и мащабна група много е важно да се спазят всички мерки за безопасност на работа и това е едно от основните неща, които са ни водили по време на изграждането на обекта.
Подстанция Марица Изток е най-голямата системна подстанция на ЕСО ЕАД. Към нея поетапно ще се присъединят 4 от 5 проекта от общ интерес. Строителството на съоръженията за присъединяване стартират през февруари 2020 година. Доставят се съоръжения и оборудване и се изпълняват строително-монтажни работи за разширение и реконструкция на откритата разпределителна уредба на подстанцията.
По изграждането на далекопроводите и част от подстанцията разчитаме изцяло на местната заетост, което ни позволи в тежките месеци на извънредното положение да запазим икономическата стабилност както в нашите компании, така и в региона. Искрено се радваме, че в нашата държава също се направи такава огромна инвестиция, която да позволи на енергийната система да бъде по-гъвкава, по-стабилна и по-сигурна за нас, за бъдещите поколения.
Новата въздушна електропроводна линия за напрежение 400 кВ, свързваща подстанция Марица Изток с подстанция Неа Санта в Гърция, е с дължина 151 км, от които 122 км или повече от 2/3 са на българска територия. Затова и строителството започва от българския участък. Трасето на българска територия преминава през общините Симеоновград, Хасково, Кърджали, Момчилград и Кирково. Все територии, известни с древната си история и наличието на представители на защитени видове диви птици. Затова, както и на останалите електропроводи, и тук се монтират специални устройства за защита на птиците.
Gabretta Smart Grids was listed as a project of common interest. PCIs are major infrastructure projects that modernize and link energy networks and systems across Europe. Gabretta aims to support the cross-border cooperation between Germany and the Czech Republic, modernize the distribution networks based primarily on smart grid technologies, digitalization, and new elements of communication. The project is realized by the distribution companies EGD and Bayernwerk and supported by the transmission operators CHEPS and TenneT. The estimated implementation period is from the year 2023 up to 2030, and the predicted value is approximately 670 million euros. The main benefits are to secure an efficient electricity system with decreased losses and enhanced quality and security of supply. The project will ensure better integration of renewables, increased capacity of grid, all with a positive environmental impact and international knowledge sharing. Gabretta is a Celtic expression for the Bavarian-Bohemian forest region that straddles the German-Czech border. It symbolizes the spirit of cross-border cooperation and connection of the project.
I mean, sit down. Okay, welcome back everybody after lunch. Good afternoon, and thanks for sticking with us for the last panel of today's event, the PCI Days. We kept until the last moment the discussion on offshore renewables and the grids needed for them. But of course, offshore has been a topic which I think has been mentioned in probably each of the discussions that we've had today. But definitely an important topic which merits a dedicated discussion, which we will have now with our panelists. Allow me a few words of introduction before I introduce them. So offshore renewables clearly is going to be one of the building blocks of our new energy system, of our new electricity system, which has to be carbon neutral very soon, actually. And yesterday, as you know, we adopted the first PCI PMI list, which actually has a specific offshore chapter, which has specific offshore projects identified. And this is because when we were revising the 10E regulation 2 years ago, we considered that offshore is indeed one of the core challenges that we have in the electricity sector, but of course also cross-sectoral. This is because we have very big plans for creating offshore renewable capacity in our seas, but we want to create this in an area where today we basically don't have grids, and also where there is no demand, and this means that a lot has to be done, has to be constructed, a lot of material has to be rolled out in our waters. So this is why we have a specific dedicated approach to offshore renewables in our new 10E. And that approach actually starts with a look at the ambition that we want to fulfill in terms of offshore renewables in the short, in the medium, but also in the long term. Because I think this is part of our key conviction that if we want to create offshore grids, which can help us use these renewables, we need to have not only a short-term, but also a long-term perspective. So if we look at the ambitions that are out there, we can see that they are, of course, very, very high indeed, especially if you consider where we stand today. So today in EU waters, we have around about 16 gigawatt. 14 of those are in the North Seas. UK and Norway, of course, have also some capacity. This is growing, but it's not growing at all at the pace that would bring us to the kind of figures that you see here on this slide. So what you see here is in blue, the figures that were identified back in 2020 in our initial offshore communication as the level of offshore renewables needed to get to our Fit for 55 targets. What you see in green are the commitments that member states made in the beginning of this year on how much offshore capacity the member states, intend to roll out in 2030, 40, and 50. And the most striking here certainly are the bars in 2030, where you see that this ambition basically doubled. In order to get from the round about 16 gigawatt that we have today to the 111 odd gigawatt that you see here, we need basically to multiply our annual installment rate by X, even by 10 if you take the last year as a baseline. It means basically we have to roll out 12 gigawatt every year, which is almost the capacity that we have today. So clearly this challenge is quite enormous, and it's actually spread over all our sea basins, because a significant part of these commitments also come from Southern Europe. If you look at how we can get there, certainly the first thing that you need is a lot of political commitment. We've seen a lot of political commitment from member states. That's important. We wanted to demonstrate that we as Commission remain very much committed. This is why a month ago, as part of the wind package, we also published the offshore communication, the second offshore communication, if you like, which addresses what has to be done on 6 different levels. We always like to have 6 sort of levels of action. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but I think there's one sort of key horizontal topic which emerges, and that's clearly we need more regional cooperation, in particular on offshore. This starts from regional cooperation on the grid build-out, which is the first point that you see here. We need to make hybrids more attractive. And just as a footnote, we are very happy to say that we have now an agreement on a very important building block in this context, which is the transmission access guarantee. This is an important footnote in this context. But this grid planning needs to make offshore hybrids possible and more attractive. We also need more cooperation on maritime spatial planning. This is the number 3 that you see here. Again, we need member states to work more closely together to do this maritime spatial planning, not only nationally, as they do already, but in a more integrated manner. Now, one other important dimension, voila, that I want to briefly touch on, and we will hear much more on this from our panelists, is the question of the supply chain, manufacturing. How can we upscale it to the extent that these numbers, these installation rates that I mentioned, can actually be reached? We need to look at this both on the side of generation, but also on the side of the grids. Now, both these components, I would say, have been taken up in the Net Zero Industry Act as strategic. That's very important. Now, we've covered the generation side explicitly in the Wind Action Plan, which came out about a month ago, with a number of targeted actions which are supposed to help our industry to grow, to add the manufacturing capacity that will be needed, that we don't yet have in Europe, to the amount necessary. This goes by a number of actions. Again, I'm not going to go through all of them, but one important aspect is clearly the visibility on the supply, on the demand, let's say. So to be more transparent about the amount of tenders and the volume of tenders that will be coming up. It is also about how we're going to run the tenders. So we've looked at the question of qualitative criteria, environmental criteria in those tenders. And it is also about access to finance, very important to ensure that the companies can access the finance needed. We need to do the same on the grid side. This is why we've proposed the Grid Action Plan yesterday, in fact, and you've heard the summary of it from our commissioner. So again, I'm not going to go through the individual action, but it's very important to keep in mind that in particular for grids, you do have certain specificities in that they are regulated assets. This is why it's so important that we had the perspective of the regulators, but also in the fact that you need even more forward planning than you need on the generation side. And forward planning brings me back to the 10E regulation, my last sort of slide. I don't want to take too much time for the introduction, but since we also published the 10E, the new PCI list, the first PCI PMI list under the new 10E yesterday, just a few words on that as well. So in this new 10E regulation, we do have dedicated offshore corridors to enable us to, with the member states, to identify the most important projects. We have now the first list as a result of this new framework, which is published. We have 12 offshore projects on this list in 4 out of the 5 corridors. So we hope that for the next list, all 5 corridors will be somehow present and represented in this list. Both radials, but also quite a number of hybrid projects. So we're very happy about this. This leads us to the next step, which will be the offshore network development plans. Again, we will have a presentation on this in a minute. And then the question, how can these projects, how can the grids for them be financed? Here, very important work that we will have to embark on in next year, in the first half of next year, will be on the cost sharing. How can we ensure that all member states who benefit from such projects also have the right mechanisms, let's say, to contribute. And then, of course, as a last resort possibility, we can support financially out of the union budget projects through the Connecting Europe facility to the extent that we have funds available, which is limited. but of course, good project applications are always welcome. So this by way of a short overview of what we have been doing from the Commission side. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the panel that we have with us, and which will discuss the questions basically around how we can come from planning, political support to realizing the projects. And we have with us, first of all, Alberto Lampasona, who's director at Europa Cable. So he will be speaking in particular about upscaling on the industrial front. We have Francesco Celozzi from NSOE, who will talk about the ONDPs in particular. Jan Hensmans from Belgium, who will give us the government perspective. And Priet Heinla from Ellering, because of course we also need to ask the promoters what has to happen to make these projects real. With this, enough from myself. I hand over to you, Alberto, for the first statement.
Good afternoon. Unfortunately, no slide for me today. My name is Alberto Lampasona. I'm Director for Public Affairs at Europa Cable. Europa Cable is the voice of Europe's leading wire and cable manufacturers. So the industry represents the biggest players when it comes to the supply of cables and cable systems, but also small and medium-sized enterprises. It's important to mention before starting that the industry is a technology leader worldwide in providing cable solutions for Europe and also for the world. They are considered a European success story because the industry has both the capacity, the know-how, and the expertise actually to connect Europe and to empower Europe's decarbonization. Before starting the presentation, actually, we wanted to focus on two main topics. Let's say the first one, we wanted to have a quick comment on the wind power package, as well as the action plan on grids, and then also to target the question on manufacturing capacity when it comes to the cable production. So let's start with the different action plans. So, as you mentioned, and as was also mentioned during these days, we will need more and more cables to decarbonize Europe. We will need cables at medium, low, and high voltage and extra high voltage level, because indeed we will need to modernize our grids. We will need to extend them to upgrade both at transmission and distribution level. We will need to interconnect countries, interconnect islands, integrate offshore wind and connecting to the onshore grid, as well as we will need to integrate more and more renewables at distribution level. Our first comment on the action plan, actually on the different action plans, is quite positive. We welcome the action plan because we see a number, actually, of recommendations. We were already shared by the industry, but also by other associations that were included in the document adopted yesterday. It's an important piece of the puzzle because actually this will help to bring more clarity also to the industry when it comes in terms of investments in order to increase their production capacity. So we see it as a good point when it comes in terms, as I was saying, of visibility, because we need a longer-term approach in order to bring clarity to the industry. Investments will be needed, and we will be done, of course, if we have clarity on what are the demands for cables, as well as for the other components, of course. So from this perspective, we look forward to cooperating with NSOE and with the EU DSO entity in order to have a better understanding of their programs for development plans, both at transmission and distribution level. Of course, we welcome also the part on what we call it viability across the different policy initiatives in order to secure European manufacturers. It was mentioned that grid technology have been included indeed in the Net Zero Industry Act proposal. We welcome this, and we hope that there will be also a consistent approach also on other pieces of legislation. We see also, for example, for the wind power package, there is a reference, of course, to include the temporary commitments on state aid also to be renewed for the wind industry. We should do the same, we believe, also for grid technology providers. Then, of course, one of the main points is about fairness. We need to ensure a competitive grid technology in Europe to secure raw materials, and so we welcome actually the Critical Raw Materials Act, also the inclusion of aluminium within the final list. Aluminium is important because, as you know, we have two main components when it comes to conductors. We have copper and we have aluminium. So it's important to have both materials in Europe in order to make a European production viable. Of course, we also need to protect and secure the market from let's say, non-European competitors that are not using a level playing field. So we welcome also the CBAM as a possibility to mitigate sustainability, actually to push for sustainability. But also in that case, we see that our aluminum cables are not included in the list. They are considered downstream products, but they should also be included at the second stage, because it would be important to have the cable production in Europe in order to decarbonize Europe. And then, of course, we need to have greater coherence in the grid development. And we see a number of actions that have already been pushed by the European Commission, by the institutions. We see also in the action plan, in particular, way to boost the permitting procedures. So we welcome these actions, and we are up to cooperate with all relevant institutions in order to have a timely deployment of the grid infrastructure. Because indeed, as was mentioned in the action plan, grid have been a bit neglected over the past years, or also recent time. There has been a lot of focus, which was important, really important on the generation side, but we should not forget indeed the transmission and distribution of electricity, which is still key. On the second part of my presentation, which also brings to the main question, let's say, that have been circulating over the last months, is about, okay, we are increasing our targets for decarbonization. We are increasing our targets for offshore wind. We have clear targets for 2030 and pledges, actually, of member states that overcome the EU pledges for 2030 and 2050. Is the European industry able actually to deliver on this? My answer is simple: yes, because we have both the capacity, the know-how, and the expertise to do that. There have been investments in the past. The industry has delivered in the past, is delivering, and will continue to deliver sustainable and high-quality cables to decarbonize Europe. Just to make some examples, we understand also from the different policy initiatives that we will need to have an increase, a threefold increase in the demand for high voltage and extra high voltage cables by 2030. Already, if we take only the Europa Cable members, according to their investment announcements, actually this will double their capacity of production in Europe. They account already for 6 billion euros of investments in the coming years. This will double the capacity of the industry, and our members and the industry actually is committed to do more, provided that they can operate on a level playing field and in a fair market. That's why more investment needs to take into consideration, but we want to focus our activities. Actually, we ask for more actions on 3 specific points. They need to operate at fair pricing. We see actually that some projects already, when it comes to high voltage and extra high voltage, have been awarded under dumping conditions. This will destroy the market, will not secure the European production of European cables for Europe, and indeed it's a competitive disadvantage compared to non-European companies. The second point, We will invest, but of course, we need to do it having a fair market access. This means that also for tenders, we should not have not European companies heavily subsidized by governments to enter into tendering process. We have seen it already when it comes on high voltage and extra high voltage cases. And this, of course, is hampering the market. It's not securing the production of European cables in Europe. The third point is we need also to, when it comes to tenders, to factor in the importance of sustainability. Sustainability is a driver for innovation. The industry has been innovating a lot and putting a lot of investments in innovation and sustainability. So sustainability requirements in tenders, as well as environmental non-pricing criteria to be included in tenders. These will make and will have a competitive advantage also for the industry and for Europe as a whole. So if I had to summarize my short speech, I would say, as from the industry perspective, we welcome the wind power package and the action plan on grids. It's a good way to speed up the permitting procedures, to have and to secure the European industry that stays in Europe and produces products for Europe. At the same point, it's important to mention that the industry has the capacity to produce more. Already the investments announced will double the production capacity when it comes to high voltage and extra high voltage cables. Our members are committed to do more, but to do that, we need fair pricing, we need fair market access, and we need also sustainability to be factored in. Thank you.
Can I have the mic? Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much, Alberto. The expectations to your industry are high. So thanks, first of all, for the positive feedback on the action plan, but also thanks for explaining what is the, let's say, mindset and what it takes for the industry to do the steps that we expect them to do, which is basically to invest in new capacity, also in view of the international competition. So very, very useful statement. Now I think it's time to go to ENTSO-E, to our electricity grid operators. I'm happy that Francesco is here because I think we are all looking forward to the publication of the first edition of the offshore network development plans, which I believe we can expect in January. And we're looking forward to have a first glimpse on what we can expect.
Thank you. Thank you, Joachim. And thank you, everyone attending the PCI Days today. Yeah, as Joachim was saying, we will get a first glance of what the Offshore Network Development Plans 2024 will be about, how they have been developed, a bit of what are the results, and in general, what can be expected to be found in this product in January 2024. So, looking at the next slide. Great, I can control it. So, the offshore network development plans are part of the T1DP, even though it is a separate product. But what does this mean? That they have been, of course, developed by ENTSO-E in coherency with the rest of the product for the 2024 edition. As you can see it on the screen, you could see how they are related to the rest of the product of the 10-year network development plans. They, of course, have been based on the scenarios that we produce every 2 years and are meant to be linked to the upcoming identification of system needs and the CBA helping and supporting the PCI process. What is the scope of the ONDP? Well, Article 14.2 of the new 10E is quite clear about it. We can expect to have an overview of the offshore RES capacity clusters located in the different sea basins so that stakeholders, the industry, non-technical partners of the TSO can have an understanding of how much RES can be expected in the different timeframes in 2030, 40, and 50, where is going to be located and if there are going to be any potential conflicts with other sectors using the maritime areas. We will have the possibility to look at the potential configuration for the transmission infrastructure, how the amount of radial, the amount of hybrid that we can expect in the different maritime areas, and the relevant technological assumption behind the development of the connection solutions. In general, the aim is to give a high-level overview related to the transmission categories in compliance with the mandate assigned to us by the 10E regulation, so that we can have an overview of the interconnectors, the hybrid projects, the radial connection, reinforcement, and hydrogen infrastructure, whatever is foreseen. This will be, of course, the base for then a consequent exercise that will take place next year. That will be a cost-benefit, cost-sharing, always mandated by the 10E, following the guidance that will be delivered by the Commission on this. But getting into how it is done, how did we structure the development process of the ONDP? We can look at it at three main phases. Phase one, we concentrated on the data gathering. The data gathering at national level in line with the non-binding agreement signed by all member states at the beginning of 2023. We, of course, gathered the information in coordination with the ministries, giving it the adequate granularity to fit into our analysis in order to define then the potential candidate to link this capacities on top of the standard connection solutions that have been considered. Of course, we had to adapt the models that we normally work with. For this exercise, we used the T1DP 2022 models in order to make sure that the timeline of development would have not suffered, in order then to start the phase two, which was the one about the actual modeling of the system, meaning taking the capacities, taking the targets delivered by the state and see how they could be optimally connected. Optimally meaning that we of course assume that all these capacities will be connected to the system, and then exploring the possibility to expand hybrid connection solution on top of the standard connection. Of course, we had the possibility to exchange with our members to make sure that the model had been fit to the needs of the national TSOs and fit to the coordination with the national authorities, arriving at the phase three about the post-processing and the drafting of the results themselves, with the finding, of course, starting the 2030 time horizon, which has been the base for then the 2040 and 50 results, making sure that the results would well complement the information in the MSP, because as we will say in this exercise for the first time, we have included spatial planning information directly into energy planning, and defining the equipment needs. So what does it take? What do we need to realize to make sure that the offshore infrastructure of the future can be a reality? A quick glimpse also about how you could imagine this expansion process. You can see here that the 4 steps of the simulation of the system, starting with the definition of the nodes and the starting grid, connecting the different capacities, mounting then on top the candidates to further expand the transmission infrastructure in order to increase the amount of energy integrated into the continental system, optimize linearly the expansion of the system to make sure that the solutions selected are cost efficient, and then post-process the results in order to make sure that technically feasible solutions can be proposed, and these are, of course, compliant with the spatial planning of the different member states. The ONDP, as mentioned, is a first version, is a brand new product of the TYNDP. We had to make sure that concrete simplification would have been implemented for this edition to fit into the current process. As mentioned already, we had used TYNDP 2022 models updated with the new ambitions delivered by the member states, without expanding, of course, the rest of the system, but using the TYNDP scenarios as a base, expanding the demand in order to fit and to capture the trend that we will know will happen in terms of increase of the electrification. And in general, making sure that the question of the that posed by the, let's say, answered by the ONDP is well answered. What is this question? It's about what does it take to integrate the capacities delivered by the member states. What do we need? What do we need in terms of transmission capacity? What do we need in terms of equipment? What do we need in terms of capex? It's a bit different from the scenarios that are based, because the scenarios are basically expanding the entire system, optimizing demand and supply. In the ONDP, for the first time, we concentrated specifically on the offshore to make sure that we deliver optimal solution to connect the generation in the different sea basins. I already mentioned that we took into account spatial planning. Spatial planning for offshore is particularly important because the maritime areas will, of course, not be for energy infrastructure alone. There are different sectors taken into account. The Commission have been working hard in the past months to make sure that the MSP tool is available, has been available for us, and we have been able to extract relevant information to make sure that the transmission capacity identified, that the transmission capacity needed to connect the capacities, we kept into account the other uses of the sea. We are also able to understand an average update of the cable route identified, so in order to make sure that when taking into account the equipment needs, we would also take into account potential deviations to the routes. So, a glimpse of a bit the results of the expansion. So, we focus on the possibility to expand the hybrid connection solution connecting the member state targets in order to ensure that the maximum amount of energy is integrated into the continental system. In 2040 and 50, we were able to individuate additional transmission corridors in the framework of the 10E corridors, offshore priority corridors, in North Sea, Baltic, and the Atlantic. In the North Sea, we have up to 30 gigs of international connection, meaning connecting different countries, and summing up also the amount of capacity needed to bring then onshore the system, we arrive at almost 50 gigs for 6,200 kilometers of extra routes covered by the cables connecting this hybrid solution. For BEMIP, also we have seen that there will be an evolution in the needs, in the geographical location of the needs from 2040 to 2050, with 13.6 gigs of international connection covering almost 4,000 kilometers of extra routes. Also in the Atlantic, between Ireland and France, there is definitely space to include hybrid solution connecting the capacities of these two member states, covering almost more than 1,000 kilometers. This is just a glimpse. It's not in the ONDP you will find much more. But this just to show you and to give you an example that in the last edition of the identification of system needs, we found out that by 2040 we have 88 gigawatts of cross-border connections. In 2040 alone, in the ONDP, we found 25 gig. Only in 2040. Means almost 30% of the needs found in the previous edition are today only for offshore. What we can expect in the reports. In general, in addition to the results of the expansion modeling, we have been working hard to define the equipment needs related to the integration of RES capacities in the European system. We have assessed the transmission assets needs, the cable routes to be covered, the amount of substations that might be needed, the amount of converters. Of course, all this will come with a capex per equipment time that will be included in order to give the detail in the different sea basins of the results of this assessment. Of course, this will deliver a strategical overview. We will not define single project. It's not the purpose of the ONDP, but it will frame the strategical needs in order to connect the RES capacities included in the member states' targets. We plan to publish 5 sea basins reports in line with the 10E offshore priority corridors, a pan-European report that will give the possibility to get an overlook on main results of this assessment, the methodology behind it, how we engaged with the stakeholders, and a dedicated online visualization tool that will give the possibility to everyone to look at the offshore RES capacities and the transmission needs in order to connect them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francesco, for this indeed preview on the outcomes of the ONDP, which I think was very much appreciated. But I would say at least as important, thanks very much also for giving us a glimpse, let's say, in the machine room of what is behind what we will all be able to read in a month or so. I think it's very important also that you took the time to explain how you came to the results that are going to be presented and to make this methodology very transparent. I mean, these plans clearly will be very important, and I think you outlined some of the interlinkages, for example, with the question of upscaling our capacity, because indeed one of the core objectives, of course, of this plan is to give this visibility on what will be needed in terms of substations, cables, and all the rest of it. So a very, very important piece of the puzzle, I would say. With this, I think it's time now to bring in, let's say, the member states dimension, the governmental level, if you like. I think we heard on one of the previous panels that the big type of projects that we're talking about here will certainly also require the strong implication of member states, of governments, of politics. And I'm very happy that we have with us Jan Hensmans, who is from the Belgian Ministry of Economy and Energy. Belgium, a country which has a small coast but big plans on offshore, and which certainly has a lot of experience with cooperation. So I think we're very much looking forward to your contribution.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Joachim, for your kind words. I don't know where to start, actually, but I wanted to say first, I love fair prices, fair market sustainability. And Belgium has the EU presidency beginning of next year. We'll take it with us. I can assure you that. And it's a very positive message. I wanted to say that's very good. On ONDPs, I remember on MSP, I will come back to that. But let me start small with, like Joachim said, it's 65 kilometers, Joachim, our shoreline. 1/3 is Natura 2000 zone. We are on one of the busiest shipping lanes. We have 20 different users of the sea. Somebody went to court because they didn't want to see the wind turbines, and we have problems with the onshore grid reinforcement, which we hope that will come in time, because that's what everybody forgets. The offshore wind is really producing electricity and has to come on shore. By the way, we are not the only country that has problems with that. We see that in a lot of our neighboring countries, that more or less the same problems exist. So, like Joachim also said, we have high ambitions. We have built 2.6 gigawatts. We are phasing out our nuclear capacities, prolonging the two most recent ones to have some sort of stability. We are doubling by 2027, and the government decided last year that we will have 8 gigawatts. We have just finished the study to see where we can build more offshore wind zones. For the moment, there is no place, so we have to be very inventive. For instance, floating solar, tide and wave, and other possibilities in the future. We have also some of the old zones, which we now will break down and then re-establish and have some gains there also. So that's what we try to do. That's about Belgium, but we need far more. So we have a habit of engaging with our neighbors because we don't have any indigenous energy production. Yes, of course, we now have wind and solar, but that's the only thing. So we have for many years we have been engaging with our neighbors, and we are also part of one of the oldest trio. How do I call it? The Benelux, Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg is existing for more than 60 years for the moment. So also there we are collaborating together. Luxembourg is even smaller than Belgium, so I mean that's why you need it. What we are doing now is looking to countries around us, how we can connect on offshore, but also cross-border lines. By the way, I mentioned our presidency, so I gave you now already two of our major viewpoints on the presidency next year. It's going to be offshore and cross-border connections. Joachim, you mentioned also on hybrids, and they indeed need to be more attractive. So we have a hybrid, we are now negotiating a hybrid project with the UK, which is, by the way, a PMI, which we are very grateful for, and Triton Link, which is a connector, a hybrid connector with Denmark. We now see that when negotiating, and especially when we come to the costs, who's going to bear the costs, and how are the costs going to be shared, we encounter some problems. So, but I already told you, but I will say it now to everybody, we will be looking to Europe for that and see how we can work on that together to have some solutions. You know, we are still discussing on the EMD. We are also looking at offshore bidding zones. Where do we? What is in favor of the offshore bidding zones, and when do we use the home market? That's very an issue that needs to be solved as soon as possible if we want to solve the problem of the hybrid interconnections. Because we must not forget we are at the end of 2023, so 2030, and some of you already mentioned the big numbers we will have and need to have by 2030. If we want to get there, we need to move, and we need to move fast. And again, I'm very glad that you said that we can do it. I'm very glad that you said that, because that's what worries us a little bit as governments. We have such high figures. We have all those politicians saying, we are going to do this, and we are going to do that. But we don't want Chinese here. We don't want the US here. But how are we going to do that with the high prices, with the war going on in the east and in the south of Europe? Thanks again for your good message. We will take that. But again, these are some of the issues we need to solve, and we cannot do this alone. Of course, we discuss, like I said, a lot with countries, with the UK, Denmark, also with the Netherlands, because if you have a connection with Denmark from Belgium, if you know a little bit the map, then you know that you have to go through Germany and through the Netherlands. So we are engaging in discussions with them also to see how we can maybe optimize the routing, how we can optimize the usage of those interconnections. And then, and I promised you, Raphael, that I would mention it, then we have the North Sea Energy Cooperation, where we have the 9 countries of the bordering the North Sea, where we, since 2016, and with a little help from the Commission, work together on exactly those issues. And why am I saying this? Because when we are talking about Europe, the problem is that the problems in Europe are not the same everywhere. My minister has been traveling the last months because of the presidency of next year, and then she traveled to the different regions. And the problems are not the same everywhere, and not everybody is interested in offshore. Offshore is not everywhere the key to success, but renewables are, and some of the issues and some of the problems you encounter when building offshore, when developing offshore, when having more cross-border interconnection, stay the same. So they stay the same in every region. So that's very important to take away, not only an offshore. So that's also why collaborations or cooperations like the North Sea Energy Cooperation can mean a lot, because we don't talk about secrets there. We can share the findings we have in there, and again, we do that together with the European Commission, which is very favorable. So we can share that with the other regions, and it can help also develop other developments, I'm sorry for that, not only offshore, but also other renewables. Somebody mentioned, you mentioned it, the cooperation on MSP. Well, that's very important. Like I started by saying that we have 20 different users in the sea. I guess that's more or less the same in every country that borders the sea. We also have a lot of Natura 2000 area where normally you cannot build. You have to preserve this. That is also why we now have an agreement with all the other users that we can use that Natura 2000 zone with the full respect of the other users of the sea. And the other users of the sea are in the first place the fish and nature that's going on, birds that fly over. So that's what we take into account as a first step, but also the fisheries, also shipping. So you have to take that into account. And that is also why we were very glad with the initiative in May, started by the Netherlands and France, called the Greater North Sea Basin Initiative, in which we gladly joined, also again together with the Commission, and the 9 countries that are the same in the North Sea Energy Cooperation. And the reasoning is there that we are the new kid on the block. You don't have to forget that. Offshore is the new kid on the block. We are the last to come in, so we have to respect the rest. They have to respect us, of course, also. But we have to respect the rest. So that's why the Greater North Sea Basin Initiative will work together with administrations from nature, from fisheries, and from maritime spatial planning. And that will make, I hope, we will try to establish a roadmap by November next year, when we will have a very large ministerial and commissioner event here in Belgium, so that it makes it easier. How can we cooperate on the sea? How can we use each other's experiences? I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. I think you made it very clear through your presentation why, for a country like Belgium, it's natural to, let's say, emphasize regional cooperation, because if you are a small country in the heart of Europe with a lot of people that have to be supplied, and you have limited space, you need to be well organized, you need to organize your own space, and you need to cooperate with your neighbors very closely. And I think also naturally this leads us to the type of hybrid projects, that you've mentioned, that indeed we have now on our list, and that I think we need to promote in order to have this offshore renewable realized in the most space-efficient way possible, I would say. So with this, we come to another small country, but one with a significantly bigger shoreline, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And I think it's also high time to bring in the perspective of a project promoter, a TSO, in this case, Ellering. Very happy to have Piet Heinla here. Oh la la. Wait.
Yeah, just put it in the pocket, I guess.
Voila. who will give us the perspective of Ellering on their offshore program.
Dear panelists, dear participants of the PCI Days, I would start by quoting Jan that problems of Europe are different in different places in Europe. So if Belgium is a small country, as stated, with a small shoreline, then Estonia is a small country with a lot of shoreline, and we have the capability to produce several times more, or there is a potential of production several times more than is the actual consumption. And I guess that is one part, one question in the TSO community, that we have different TSOs with different needs, and the main goals usually are to serve the local communities, but it should be looked on a wider and more general way. I think that the ONDP and TYNDP are doing this at the moment, but also this should be integrated. I understand that this will be integrated at one point, but from the perspective of a TSO, making any kind of investment decisions at the moment, it's difficult. I will go into detail, and I will start by asking, where is the consumption? Here we have discussed a lot about the possibilities of production, but for our specific area, the production capacity, possible capacity, is way bigger than the consumption. And what we see at the moment is actually that the consumption in the transmission system is getting smaller. And the reason is that the distributed generation is actually taking away some of the consumption that we have. So if we are comparing our investments that would be needed to create an offshore grid to our own consumption, even in 2050 probably will be on the same level, or actually even lower than compared to now. Compared to 2015, I guess that Ellering is servicing about 84% of the energy that we did back then. It's because of local solar, local wind. And also there is the question of if renewable targets can be met without offshore, then the local community will say that, hey, why do we need this? These are somebody else's goals. But it's needed for Europe, it's needed for the wider picture. And the question is also, what is happening then? Is Estonia then somehow a small nation that is encapsulated somewhere in Europe where there is nothing happening? No, it's the question of energy efficiency. I think that we don't have a good comprehension how efficient we will be in the future. It might be so that for societies to work, newer buildings, newer systems might be so efficient that actually the consumption might drop. So we are in a situation like this. But in order to have consumption somewhere else, then we, as a small nation that is a little bit off from Central Europe, is in a regulatory atmosphere that is a little bit complicated to have this production made. As seen also from this picture here, that whatever is black on this European nighttime picture is the places where you could produce, and the places where lights are on are the consumption centers. So you would have to have a grid to connect those two dots. So if you have a smaller nation with a lot of potential, then in the regulatory atmosphere, it's quite difficult to state to the regulators that these kinds of grid investments are needed for possible good of wider Europe. And we see that the anticipatory investments are very difficult to be made. We are in a situation that if we would like to create a project that might be maybe invested in 20, 30 years, then there is a backlash from the regulatory authorities where these investments are not put into our normal way of working, but they are considered as costs. They are not considered as something that can be in tariffs. There's also, we can see red tape. We should have more projects in the pipeline because of course, the PCI process itself, the CBCA process, it's robust for sure. But then it's the time of the question of also if societies need grids and production quite fast, then this time period also might be a little bit slower, could be a little bit slower, for the implementation of those projects. Then one big question mark is also the asset acquisition. Of course, understandably, cable manufacturing, and from the perspective of the asset producer, you are in a good position at the moment where there is a lot of need from the market perspective, and there's probably a lot of competition also. From the perspective of the outskirts of Europe, we don't want to be in this kind of a competition. We would like to have fair market prices. We would like to have the production capacity so that everybody is happy. We don't want to be in a competing environment where one project is fighting with another and the cost is put on the end consumer. So as smaller societies, what we will do if we have this kind of investments, example is here on the picture when we have the Estlink 3 and Estonia-Latvia 4 interconnector that would enable hybrid projects, that would enable offshore investments, then we would push those investments a little bit further. We would like to be in an environment where we would know that we don't have to fight to get a cable, to get an offshore production facility. So for us, early commitments are a little bit difficult because we, of course, are bound to these public procurement laws, but also if we are bound to these EIAs, this regulatory framework where we can't do a lot of preliminary investments into the projects. We would have to have a discussion between the producers and developers, the TSOs, to have a common understanding how we could invest into the future far away. So maybe this is indexing, maybe this is something that we could do as a community to understand one another from the producer side, from the project developer side. And so how can we scale? I think that the TYNDP and ONDP processes, those are processes that need to be in place, are robust, and they should not change that much. I think that when the TYNDP and ONDP are together, so we have seen from the project developer side that the TYNDP process, after several iterations, is a tool that we can use very good. If they are combined together with the ONDP, I guess that it will take an iteration or two, and this is how Europe should plan its networks. So it's not a question about the planning. It's a question of how we actually, as societies, take those plans and implement them. It's the question of how we can get bigger societies to chip into the smaller societies, smaller states, so that these connections can be made. In the coming TYNDP, Elering has submitted the Germany-Estonia HVDC connection. That would be something that would be of that essence. Because the capabilities in the Baltic Sea are way bigger than the production capacity itself. So also the anticipatory investments, those should be accepted as normal way of working for TSOs, especially in the offshore grids areas. We do see that if we are looking towards these major capacity into our investments, then we need to have the funds allocated there also. At the moment, it is so that if we don't look into the future 20, 30 years plus, then we probably don't have enough of projects in the back of our heads to actually relieve the renewable need in Central Europe. And early commitments, as I stated before, we need to have a good understanding how we could actually come together between the developers, aka the TSOs, and the manufacturers, so that we could purchase materials, so that we are not in a competitor environment, but we are in a fair market situation with the assets that are needed for the offshore investments. Yes, and I also have added here maybe as the last picture of the PCI Energy Days, an AI-generated picture that is for the grid offshore. So you can see that it can be a mess if it's generated by somebody that is non-knowable at all. But I guess that this is something that we don't want. We don't want to have exactly this, that it would be full of cables. It should be planned and then taken into use by public acknowledgement and then common planning by all parties. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Preet, also for this last picture. I mean, we always like to use this image of the spaghetti bowl sort of as the way that the offshore grid should not look like, but maybe we will use your photo in the future. I think it's quite illustrative of the need for organizing these things perhaps appropriately. And thanks also for the points that you made, both on the consumption, for bringing in the consumption in the question, how to actually link geographically even to consumption, which is indeed why we have the 10E ultimately, but difficult to do, and also the question of how we can avoid that the market actually overheats if we look at these enormous build-out rates that we intend to have. So I think with this, we are now in the fortunate situation that we have a bit of time left for questions as opposed to the previous panels. And I think let's give the floor right away to the audience. I see a first volunteer. Antonella, thanks very much. We start with you and or we can also start with you, as you wish. No, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
If you can just introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Isabel Alcalde from Hydrogen Europe, and I wanted to ask you if also, for instance, in the offshore network developing plan or when you're taking into account all the investments, if it's possible to consider energy vectors or energy carriers produced offshore, as they can also bring some benefits to the system. They can be transported via pipelines, which can transport a lot of energy. And they also have more flexibility in terms of which locations. They are not constrained to grid permitting. So, yeah, if in that sense, what's your point of view?
So perhaps we take them one by one. Francesco, do you want to come in?
Yeah, sure. Is it working? Yeah. However, indeed, we haven't included the hydrogen national plans, especially in the North Sea, where there are several really, let's say, concrete projects in advanced state. In our modeling, we have definitely observed that hydrogen and in general sector integration has a role offshore to integrate more energy produced, because the potential of the European basins is huge. Is definitely a strategical resource for the entire continent. So sector integration definitely has a role to make sure that the amount of energy integrated into the system is maximized. In terms of this edition, we have applied, let's say, a bottom-up approach with starting from the national plans and including them into the different sea basin assessments. For the future editions, we plan to make more advanced the modeling in order to make sure to capture more precise interaction about sector integration. Again, the mandate that has been assigned to us by the TANI is clear. Hydrogen has a role into the development of offshore system. We have already observed what this potential role can be. Using accurate estimations into the scenarios, we are more than confident that evolving the ONDPs from this first edition to the next one, the level of, let's say, advanced sector integration and in general holistic planning will be brought fully into life into offshore planning.
Thanks. Preet, did you want to add anything on this?
Yeah, on a practical view, I would say that in our, as Elering is a TSO of both electricity and gas, then it's the question of really like a chicken and an egg. As an R&D development project, I'm pretty sure that nobody will, from the TSO perspective, will do this first step. We will not make a offshore connection, and at least from the TSO perspective. But if anybody would like to connect, yeah, I think that's possible. Then it's a question of just the build out of the physical asset. We don't have at the moment any precedents in Europe that there would be any kind of offshore hydrogen production and any kind of major hydrogen pipelines even. So then it's the question of a technical person would ask that, hey, show me this, and then if you can see it, then it's doable. But at the moment, it's a chicken and egg question.
Sorry, we can't hear you. Can you sorry, Antonella, your turn immediately.
Sorry, in Germany there are the Sen 1 zone. They are creating with Aquaventus a big pipeline. I don't know how many kilometers, but in Germany there's a case, for instance.
No, good.
Okay, Antonella?
Antonella Battaglini from the Renewables Grid Initiative. I have a couple of things. First of all, on the hydrogen, let's not forget that indeed we need hydrogen, but first of all we need electricity and electrification. So what you were talking about, Pete, was the question of whether there will be demand. And this I've heard also from the wind developers. So we have high targets, but maybe there is no demand. And this is a tragedy, because if we want to increase renewable energy sources, we need a demand for that. So instead of talking about converting this very valuable energy into hydrogen, why don't we start talking about having an electrification target? Why don't we start talking about stopping consumption or taxing consumption for carbon-intensive fuels? Because that's the only way to create a demand for renewable electricity. The other point is that it was mentioned by Alberto that non-price criteria, including ecological criteria, become a competitive advantage for European industries. And this should be reflected in all auctioning and all other type of bidding. And because this offshore expansion can only be successful if it brings value to societies and not if it detracts value.
Thanks. So who wants to come in? Perhaps Alberto and perhaps Jan on the more policy question, if you wish. Alberto, do you want to start?
Yes. So on the on the hydrogen side, indeed, I think we should first focus on direct electrification. This is we need to electrify Europe. We have already energy carriers. It's difficult to see hydrogen as an energy carrier for the time being. So actually, the main focus for the time being should be on direct electrification. It's important indeed to have hydrogen as a clear role to play. That's for sure. But indeed, we need to identify the real needs for hydrogen, and these sectors actually hydrogen could help also to electrify indirectly. When it comes to the non-pricing criteria, we agree indeed all that is related to sustainable, environmental, ecological non-pricing criteria can be considered as an added value, a competitive advantage for Europe, for the industry, and for securing actually manufacturing in Europe. A lot has been done in terms of investments, and also factoring in these requirements would also really help to protect and secure the market.
Thank you. Jan, do you want to come in?
On hydrogen, I have my personal thoughts on that, but that's not, of course, not important. But hydrogen has maybe a lot of future. Is also a value chain in there. I agree with you on the electrification, but I fear if we only go for electrification, then it's like putting all your eggs in one basket. Remember, we had not so long ago, I think it was, when we have the last gas crisis? It was in 2006 or something like that. A lot of countries were 100% dependent of Russia for gas. And then there was already then an issue with Ukraine. So some of the gas supplies stopped. So that's what I mean with the putting all your eggs in one basket. So I think, and especially if you look like storage and so on, then hydrogen can be one of the solutions, of course, because you have to keep in mind we are talking about offshore, and offshore stays very intermittent. It's not 100% there. It's not base load. So, I mean, and then hydrogen might be the fuel of the future to help you there. And again, it's also part of a value chain where there are other usages. We now see that there's a lot of things you cannot use it. Like Japan has tested a ship sailing on hydrogen. That didn't work that well because it was too expensive. But there's still other that it has its value. On your second question, I couldn't agree with you more. You were there last week in The Hague, Antonella. You led the debate, and you rightfully also said this, what you just said there now. And the non-price criteria are so valuable and are so of the essence and are so much helping the industry, but it doesn't have to be that you ask too much from the industry. If you have to fill out a paper of, I don't know, 200 pages or something like that, I don't really see what it is needed for. If you have some targeted non-price criteria where you have certainty that you support the European industry, because I'm very convinced that by having those non-price criteria, that's what you're doing, supporting your industry. And again, and I must say, I don't know if there are any Dutch colleagues here, but I must say that congratulations to the Netherlands, because they have even, you have to prove that your company is based in Europe, and you have to prove that your company is worthwhile, that it has a very good background, that is solvability, and so on. So, and that's very, very essential. Not to name the elephant in the room that will keep China out.
Okay, thanks very much. So, as the clock keeps on ticking, I think we are coming towards the end of this last panel. But I don't want to close it without sort of giving each of you the floor once again for a very brief last statement. And for this, I want to actually come back to the beginning of this conference, which was the grid action plan. I will not ask you what is your favorite action out of those, in case you don't remember, but I will give each of you one action and ask you if you have 30 seconds, what would be your recommendation for us to focus on? So, Preet, I will start with you. The action that I would ask you to comment on, if you wish, is the one on anticipatory investment.
Yeah, I think that it's something that needs to be implemented more and more. We need to have these kind of anticipatory investments so that we could be prepared to go wherever the society is going. We don't know exactly how the future will look like, but we'll have to have several plans and we'll have to invest into several plans. I think that it's a very important thing where to concentrate on. Yep.
Thanks. Jan, you're next. And after what you've said, I think the action which I would put to you is the one on cost sharing. What would be your recommendation for us?
Yeah, well, cost sharing, thank you for that, actually. Well, good choice. I see that flashing more and more, so I will have to talk quicker, I think. No, cost sharing is actually essential because we are talking, like I said, if you look at the project we have with Denmark, you're crossing 3 other borders. And who's going to pay for what? Who's going to pay for the line? who's going to pay for, if you have a hybrid project, who's going to pay for the platforms or the island you are going to build, or who's going to pay for the offshore wind farms? Where does the electricity from the offshore wind farms go to? How do you reflect that in your tariffs and in your prices? You hear that I mentioned already a lot, and it's not everything yet, but so like I said, we are now discussing that bilaterally. We come up with some ideas, some intentions, but like I said also, that's what we need Europe for, and that's also what we would like to discuss with all of you. And I think, and it's pretty essential, like I said, because those hybrid projects are the founding stones, or however you call it, of your mesh network in sea. If you start there, and if you get it right, then your future will be bright.
Thanks, Jan. So, Francesco, I think in your case, I'm asking for a recommendation to yourself, because I want to ask you, as you can imagine, about the action, I think it's number 2, if I remember right, about a closer integration of planning between sectors, but also onshore and offshore. So what would be your vision for bringing that forward?
Yeah, action number 2 capture really good the way forward for the ONDP and the TYNDP, the strengthening the level of integration between on and offshore, and realizing that holistic planning that we always push for is really the way forward to increase the visibility on the possibilities in the future decades. And with that visibility, that is a tool through which we can give the clarity to the industry about the location of the investment, the location of the needs, what will be the demand for infrastructure in the different, based on the different scenarios. So that is exactly, I think, the direction where we already envisaged the ONDP while developing it for the future. So there is not much to add, I would say.
Thanks very much. And last but not least, going back to you, Alberto, I'm obviously going to ask you about the supply chain related action, including, if you wish, standardization. So any comment, recommendation from your side, very welcome.
Recommendation, well, it's important to work together. I think the action, for example, coming back with the NSOE and the EU DSO, the entity, just to understand more about clarity and visibility is really important for us. The industry is committing, because indeed we need clarity and visibility to make proper investments. I understand there are, on standardization, there will be also action to be taken when it comes to the tendering process. So also this could also help the industry in order not to allocate resources, let's say more and more resources on the tendering process. This could speed up actually the actions on the industry side. And then there are discussions indeed on standardization of different specificities for products. Let's discuss about this, but of course this should not be detrimental to innovation, and that the investments that the industry is putting on the different products.
Thanks very much to all of you. Thanks to this panel, and thanks also to you for still being around with us in this afternoon. And if you wish, please give a round of applause to our panelists. So with this, I don't have to conclude, fortunately, because we have our director, Katarina Sikumani, who will now do the conclusion of the whole PCI Days. So, Katarina, over to you.
Thank you, Joachim, and ladies and gentlemen, very pleased to see indeed so many of you still here with us in a way late in the evening, and I'm sure many of you have your traveling waiting for you to go back home. Very intense 2 days, a lot of discussion, but quite some elements to converge and conclude. So I think the question of electrification, electricity becoming even more central than it is already today is without question. And there, the integration of renewables into the system is something where the EU is a front runner and where we can also make sure that other parts of the world where they need renewables can benefit from our experience. The Grids Action Plan that indeed was adopted yesterday gives a lot of work for all of us. So be it from us in the policy-making side, be it member states, permitting authorities, project promoters in particular, to implement the projects in the next months to come. Because the key word here is that we need to do our share of the decarbonization rapidly. We don't have time to wait, but we also need to do it sustainably to be sure that we keep our environment as intact as possible. One element that was raised and is emerging in many discussions is that in addition to trans-European transmission level, the role of distribution level will become critical if it's not already as it is in some places. So we need to think about how to bring the challenges of the distribution level, which obviously is very local, to the European level, which typically has been cross-border. So need to think about the governance, need to think about what is meant by subsidiarity in order to make sure that distribution grids will not then be the bottleneck. So all this calls for network planning, looking into anticipatory investments, tariff regimes, and permitting across the whole EU. But the good news of this, or the good side of this, is that we do have on the trans-European level a policy framework that has already delivered for a decade and has been renewed recently in order to address the emerging future challenges. So the 10E regulation and the financing arm of it, CEF. So 10E is there. We don't need to and we shouldn't reinvent the wheel. Let's use it. Let's use its regional cooperation framework, the regulatory framework, the planning framework, and make sure then that we come together to address those problems that need to be addressed, share best practice. I think that was very clear in today's discussion that there is excellent practice across the EU, but maybe our nearest neighbor, in whichever country you are, doesn't know that you have that experience. So continue to share best practice. What is then important, and it becomes perhaps even more important with the focus on the distribution level, is that we need, what we are doing here is not doing grids for the sake of electrification, but we are building grids with and for the communities across the whole EU. We are building them for people, and in particular, we are building them for the future generations so that they can live in a world which is not heating up as we speak. So the pact that was launched yesterday is a key deliverable in this area and need to be then brought into action between all the different players, be it ENTSO-E, EU DSO entity, Acer, RGI, and everybody. So that is something without the people, we will not succeed, even if we had the best plan in the world. But at the same time, we are in a hurry. So we cannot, at the same time, wait to decarbonize. We cannot wait to protect the environment, and we cannot wait to build the necessary grids that we need. So planning, and here planning in the broad sense of it, is the crucial element. It's not only planning about the right of way, it's not only planning about the technology, it's not only planning about the engineering of it or the financing of it, it's also planning it together with those in whose neighborhood all our projects then will be built. There is very little space left in Europe. We may want to put the renewables increasingly into the sea where people don't live, but as we heard, sea is used by 20 different functions, I think I heard. And then we need to bring that electricity onshore, and that's for sure where people do live. So a very challenge, but again, by working together, we will be able to make it. Financing has been also mentioned in many of the panels today and yesterday, and that is something that we need to look into this. As soon as we start making things happen faster than in the past, so this acceleration, it will be something where we need to think about what does it cost, not only in terms of money, but also in terms of resources, expertise, supply chains were mentioned as well. So it is something that requires further thought. So two new areas, if you wish, are also then brought into the table of the 10E and the PCI Days. The first relates to the need to start really seriously looking at how to decarbonize the so-called hard-to-abate sectors, especially industry. And here, the CO2 networks, which are not new, but they are sort of emerging now faster than in the past, and hydrogen. So how do we bring these technologies to fruition and use them where they are most needed? And I referred here indeed to industry, decarbonizing industry, transport perhaps as well, where the two technologies should play an important role, where electrification may not today at least be feasible. Then offshore, the latest panel here. Offshore, again, it's not a new area, but the momentum is building up, and the need to accelerate and the need to find the space in Europe where onshore space in many countries is getting very scarce. So that is, and we heard about all the challenges there. We heard about the planning challenge, the onshore-offshore discussion, the electricity versus hydrogen or synergies between those, and how then to make all this happen through anticipatory investments and or cost sharing. So a lot to work to be done, but again, the basic tools are already there. And then the last element is, of course, innovation. So that, I think, is a cross-cutting element that we heard throughout the panels, whereby although we do have a lot of the technologies already in place, but we need to continue innovating. We need to continue making the grids more efficient when integrating the increasingly more variable production mix that we will have. So that's rapidly the key takeaways from the two very personal takeaways from the 2 days. There was, of course, much more discussion, much more insights, much more interesting ideas coming through that I could put into these couple of minutes of conclusion. So I would want to then conclude by a number of thank yous. First of all, thank you to all the participants. I mean, you have created this atmosphere here, which I think has been really excellent, feeling the momentum, feeling the enthusiasm of making this happen. So that is thanks to all the participants here over the 2 days. Then, of course, huge thanks to the speakers, to all the speakers of the 2 days that have brought their expertise, their insights, their best practices, and shared them with all of us. Enormously valuable information. Then, promoters in the PCI garden, a huge thank for your availability. I mean, your projects in the garden make this all concrete, because that's where we move from the policy, when we move from the theory, when we move from the modeling to the real projects and understand the technologies which are, to a non-engineer sometimes, hallucinating complexity, and really enjoy hearing how you work on the projects, what are the obstacles you foresee, and how you overcome them. So big thanks to all the promoters in the PCI Garden. And then, lastly, of course, I want to thank my colleagues in the Commission, in the Joachim's team, in Sinea, in Beatrice's team, for making all this happen over the 2 days. And the last thank you go to Oana from Joachim's team. I don't know if I can't see her. She's at the back. Oana, who has been the chef d'orchestre, if you wish, of the PCI Days, not only this year, but earlier as well. I would even say the soul of the PCI Days, and who has kept all the strings together over the 2 days. So would like to invite you to thank Oana in particular, but all the others as well. And then I look forward to seeing you all next year in the next PCI Days and the next PCI Garden. Many thanks, and have a nice evening.